Okay, here we go, guys. It's just me. I was just wanting to do a solo live with this one, so nothing against Charmaine and Kent, of course. But anyways, you guys, of course, welcome to the live. And what's today? Friday. TGIF. Anyways, you guys. So today, you guys, I wanted to go over that interview with Daniel Martell. And yeah, and then talk about that and how you guys are feeling about after watching that interview. Actually, you guys can answer that now, to be honest with you. Look at some of your guys' feedback on the Daniel Martell interview. So first and foremost, of course, Jack and Lily. If you haven't hit that like and the share, please do so for Jack and Lily. Again, yesterday was 2 months, or 2 months, 5 months. So they're in their 6 months of searching and trying to find answers for Jack and Lily. And next week, there's going to be an update, should be from the RCMP on about the ground search that has been going on with the dogs and stuff like that. So we'll see what comes of that. But hi, Shannon. How are you? Hi, Explorer Core. And hi, Jane. How are you? Let's stay together for Jack and Lily, sending love and light to everyone. Hi, Carol. Hi, Debbie. Little Mama's in the house. And let's see here. Did I miss? I know there's other. Well, the Streamlabs is in the house. Hi, Capers. Capers, bye. And hi, Sue. Lily and Jack. Yeah. I still can't believe, and I'm sure a lot of you guys. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Ashlyn. Can't believe that yesterday was the 5 month. Like, it seems like such a short period, but yet you can't believe it's really been 5 months since Jack and Lily went missing. And again, I think that so you guys, I think you guys know my feelings about Daniel Martell, and even I'll say with the whole Malaya Brooks Murray and the Daniel Martell, like the weirdness of this case. That's not even just weird, it's beyond what I think of is ridiculous. And I think that when you're talking about two children missing and then you see a circus being created. Now, I'm not talking about, the viewers. I'm talking about the actions of what Daniel Martell and Malaya, have both done in their own weird ways, whatever we want to deem them as. But Daniel Martell has obviously been vocal about this whole entire search for Jack and Lily, at least in his eyes. He's trying, what I feel, is trying to portray this image. It's not even what I feel is about Jack and Lily. What I feel is like he even keeps coming in this chat. So obviously he's obviously just love struck or something by me or something. That love-hate relationship where I love to hate him and he likes to love me, I suppose. I don't know. Because I honestly do find it odd that no matter how much I call out his bullshit, he still keeps trying to come in here and say his piece about, but it's justifications about himself. Like, this is probably, like, some people go, well, you can't accuse him. Well, no, never accuse. We don't know what role Daniel Martell or Malaya, if at all, played a role in the disappearance in Jack. We don't know that for a fact. It's not a fact. But this is really about what we have witnessed in the last 5 months, and more about a person's personality and how they're acting. And this is it for people that have been following the case from day one, especially, as a creator and stuff like that, watching somebody go in and out of different chats, that it's not really so much propagating for searching for Jack and Lily. It's more that all these things are about justifying, like it's almost like trying to sell the narrative over and over and over and over, and can I just say over and over again. And that's what I find very offensive, is that it's it's in the news. It's like, kind of like the BS stuff that you do when you're standing in front of the news. Hi, Rushcan. How are you? Rushcan, she's the one that Russell McDonald, uh, Where is Jack and Lily, and Come Home Jack and Lily songs. You guys know those beautiful songs. I play them all the time. So nice to see you. But it's more that instead of really making it about Jack and Lily, it's they're being defensive about the attacks or of them and trying to keep over and overing, especially Daniel, trying to tell us this narrative, like this big hole recently in the garbage bag and stuff. And so, from watching this from day one and watching how Daniel has handled himself and the things that he has said, um, again, uh, most of us didn't fall off of a turnip truck, Most of us have some pretty good brain cells to understand when we're watching somebody play a narrative versus searching for Jack and Lily or making it truly about Jack and Lily. This is all what I call tactics, but it's like someone that's so relentless on going in and out of channels, all the time to always make an explanation for, let's see, not him and Malaya. No, she must have said it. No, I said it, and twisting and the different narratives, different ways, and adding and inserting when it suits it best. Now that they can have stuff to look, that's how it comes across. It is not like Daniel Martell joining on, for instance, the live and really focused on, you know what, you guys, I'm really tired of all the bash and stuff or whatever, but let's just keep focusing on Jack and Lily. Whatever you guys can do to help type of thing, to help bring Jack and Lily home. It's not this asking of the public. It's, I'm going to justify and I'm going to make you guys believe this, and I'm sorry, I just don't believe it at all. There's nothing believable to me about Daniel Martell and his personality. To me, it's a full-blown narcissistic personality, myself, that literally thinks that he can just, swing one by us. And, even that message that he sent to Hidden in the Fog, the one that was talking about the dog handler saying, well, Daniel, 2 kids just don't disappear, and, trying to get a false confession. Okay, first of all, why ever would you tell the public that? You either are the biggest doofus, right? Because I think that he thinks by saying that somehow it's actually that reverse thing where he thinks like, yeah, I couldn't believe they even said that to me. Like, I'm so innocent and blah, blah, blah. Well, he could be innocent, but he's the biggest dumbass innocent person. I'll tell you that if he is. Because who sits there and says, yeah, like they're trying to get a confession between 2 children. Like, why would a dog handler say that to you? So if the dog handler said that to him, dude, it's because they're looking at you. Like, what part of that don't you understand? Right? He keeps talking like they're his best buddies or something like that. And yeah, it's attention. Even Malaya had made that comment about Daniel. All he cares is what people think. And that's the thing with Daniel, is that regardless of innocence or guilt, he absolutely cares what people think. And that's why he's so, well, I can't say that's why, but meaning he's been so relentless at going into everyone's chats, including this one. And he's still like, he has no moral compass at all. I mean, I could sit there and probably whack him with a stick over the head and he'd still come in here, and still, try to tell his truth. And honestly, I don't give a shit in the sense of how Daniel or Malaya are feeling about this. I just don't. What I care about is the fact of Jack and Lily are missing and what are they all doing about it? Like, stop going on platforms and trying to, again, make the public believing you're this, like, justifying all these different twists and turns in your story. How about, like, why not just keep the focus? Like, we're here. We're not the family members, right? We can focus on whatever we want to focus on. But your focus, your family's focus, all of them, right, should be on Jack and Lily and what people can do to help you, and instead of it being a justification about yourself. On Daniel, I'm completely baffled with mom not saying anything. On Let's see. I'll come into your comments now. Let me take a look. Why are we wasting our energy on Daniel? I am completely. You know why I'm wasting my energy now on Daniel is because I'll tell you this, Ruscam. Because right now, especially since those court documents came out, he's trying to spin this narrative about that the children are hidden, that they know where they are. Well, according to Darren, right? That they know where they are, but they're not going to tell the RCMP because they're in a good place now, right? Which is a bunch of bullcrap. So I am not going to let Daniel get away with propagating, like meaning if another channel, wants to believe in what Daniel's saying and stuff like that, I'm not here to sit there and buy his bullshit myself. And what I see right now is it's like this little gnat that's running around and he's just trying to be like, see, look at how innocent I am. Look at I didn't do anything. Nah, dude, you still look like a douchebag. Like what you're doing, you're not propagating for Jack and Lily, you're propagating for yourself to justify your actions and all that stuff. Why just was it so hard to be truthful? Why it's hard to be truthful? Because obviously, apparently, you can't tell the truth if it hits you in the ass. And he is the only one talking, absolutely. But right, Malaya's actions, are different in a sense. And in saying that, to be honest, she was probably the smarter of the two. Like, if you take social media, I'm getting anything on it, but honestly, Daniel came into this community. So I'm sorry, you reap what you sow. I don't care. But because, like, if you would have been genuine about this whole thing from the start, this big circus act, well, probably wouldn't have been so big. But actually, because of both of your actions, honestly, to anyone from the outside looking in, it's weird, it's strange, and to me, it's full of deception and lies, So what was, 1 second here. Oh, yeah, and this thing, by the way, no. So this thing here, is from a plasma letter. So Drunk Turkey Daniel, spoke with Daniel, even though he was in the live. So Haley had no clue what this was, right? There was just a bunch of noise in the bathroom, as she had told on Hidden in the Fog on Susan's channel, that there was a bunch of noise in the bathroom that they went to investigate. And then this thing was sitting on top of the water heater. Now, had no clue what it was. Was it from one of his burner phones? What was it? I tried to Google it many times. I'm not a techie. Anyways, Daniel showed that it was from this plasma lighter. And so I'm going to say that I believe that. It's one of the things that I do believe. Daniel can't lie all the time or be inconsistent all the time. But so if you guys watch the Drunk Turkey show, yeah, so Debunked. Okay, great. Now I don't have to sit there and wonder what this was. It would have been something if it was part of a phone for sure. But anyways, and this is more zoomed in. It's a lot smaller, obviously. But anyways, so Debunked, and great. I'm glad that was cleared up, to be honest with you, because it was one of those things that you're like, well, what are you doing? Switching out phones, not handing over your phone, da-da-da-da. But I do believe him on this. And this is cute. I want to keep that up there. That's that picture. These things I will pick up these items and more furniture. High second mission accomplished. What did Scott say? I wanted to go back up to what Scott said. Where's Scott? Why do you continue to hammer Daniel and not talk? Okay, I do talk about Malaya, but I think it's pretty obvious. And I don't think I have to spell out the obvious of who's doing the talking. So if you don't want to be here, then don't watch and don't listen. I'm going to continue to hammer at Daniel, right, for the truth, instead of all this BS and lies and twists in his stories. So either you're not up to date with the case, Scott, with what Daniel's been doing the whole time. So why don't you go open up a channel and then you go talk about Malaya all you want? because it's kind of hard to sit there and keep going on about Malaya when Malaya's not really talking. Daniel's the one that's been talking for months. So if you want to think it's ridiculous, then go watch another channel. Do not care. Bottom line is we want truth for Jack and Lily. So it's my channel. I'll talk about what I want. If you don't like it, you know where the door is. Simple as that. I'm not in the mood today, actually. So if anyone wants to have these little critiques, go open up your own channel. Have a good day, okay? That's all I'm going to say. You know your way to the door if you don't want to be here. But I'm going to continue to plunk for the truth and bring awareness to Jack and Lily's case. Does that mean we're going to solve it? No. But am I going to point out the words that they're saying? Absolutely. If they're inconsistent, absolutely, I'm going to talk about it. Again, don't watch this live then, okay? Don't watch any live. I said on Shemaine's channel, in my information, if DM was focused on finding the children, not his feelings, right, he would clarify misunderstandings in chats he visited. Absolutely, Explore Car. Exactly. Again, there is, to me, some opportunities that were missed. Absolutely. Now, to me, they were missed because I felt like there were some really important things that he could have addressed, right, with timelines and with actually a lot more in the timeline area, to be honest with you, and to clarify the certain things. So, like, meaning if you're trying to perpetuate this hidden somewhere that by Malaya's family somewhere, then back it up with something. What are you backing it up with? You're backing it up with nothing. And you're trying to give people this far-fetched idea that somehow Malaya and that have Haley in particular, Daniel's trying to say, planted a blanket, and then somehow, Malaya just didn't have any part of it, right, Daniel? Because according to you, then obviously, you said she has nothing to do with it, but yet you keep pointing the finger at her and her family all day long. So again, back it up with something. What do you have to back it up with? That they're 100% alive. Like, it's ridiculous to sit there and say that they're 100% alive. Great. Then you're going to sit there and then Darren's going to come out and sit there and tell us that, hey, you know what, by the way, we know exactly where they are. But you know what? We're not going to say anything because they're in a good place. So are you saying that Daniel's place was a bad place then, obviously, right? Because, it's just ridiculous. It's just absurd, right? So for me personally, like I said, everyone, each to their own channel, how they feel about this case. I'll do me, they'll do them. And at the end of the day, I think that this is absolutely BS for Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily deserve more than this. Because remember this, that Malaya and Daniel were in charge of looking after those children. And that's the bottom line of it. So whether they had something to do with it or not, they let those children down regardless. They're the reason why we're sitting here 5 months later. So for that part, don't care about them that way, right? Their feelings, don't care. Honestly, Jack and Lily deserve so much more than the BS that's going on right now. That's how I feel about it. Anyways, hi, Patriot. How are you? Well, he does make it all about himself. So many comments, you can see it. It's just Daniel, right? But again, all of a sudden, it's like someone puffing their chest. You guys ever watch Nishi? Okay. You talking about this, a woman in my brains? Right there. Absolutely. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you're not going to fool the smart people at all, to be honest with you. Janie said it on NDT's live night. Sorry. Do you think Malaya did this and make Daniel suffer about Meadow? I said no, Janie. And also not everything is about Daniel. No, Daniel thinks everything is about Daniel. But he tries to convince us it's about Jack and Lily. Sorry. Again, I'm just not here to sell his BS. I don't care. I'm talking about the personality of Daniel Martell. It's my feelings and my opinion. And geez, I wonder why so many people cannot trust what comes out of his mouth. I wonder why. Would it be because I put words in his mouth or that he put the own words in his mouth? Right? Okay. The crap Daniel says on TT, why Daniel didn't say this shit. Well, Daniel doesn't say a lot of stuff earlier. He had all the opportunity to come forward and just say, hey, look, yeah, I made a mistake saying that. And so, Grenell, you know what? Uh, honestly, I don't know, but it did look very similar type of thing. But as long as if it's not from a phone, then I don't care, to be honest with you. He put the blanket in the garbage court paper. He put the blanket in garbage court paper, said, right. Well, not on the interview, the one CBC News or whatever it was, Globe and Mail. It said that Malaya had taken down the blanket from the door and threw it in the garbage. But then we have Janie saying that she threw Daniel. And then you got those smart people out there that go, well, maybe they both did, right? Pretty sure it didn't happen that way, just because of all the already big holes in the stories as it is, right? So who knows where the truth lies? Don't know. But, as for me, like I said, Daniel, sorry, dude. Like I said, in order to talk about, say, Jack and Lily, in a sense, you have to talk about Daniel and Malaya. That's the bottom line of it. They're the ones that have the answers, right? They're acting all clueless, or at least, Daniel is, Malaya too, probably. They're all acting clueless to what happened to Jack and Lily. And I don't think that's the case at all, in my opinion, at all. I was not impressed on Dion T. Yeah, the smug cockiness. Well, that's what you get when you have a narcissist personality. He has 5 months to clarify. Right. He had 5 months. Right. So, like I said, so when someone like Scott comes in here and said it's ridiculous hammering on Daniel, no, it's not, to be honest with you. These are the people that had everything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance regardless, right? They're the ones that didn't, regardless how the whole situation is, they're the ones that didn't protect Jack and Lily. Why? Because their lazy asses then couldn't get out of bed, according to their story, right? They were too busy lying in bed while the children were fending for themselves, but apparently not, because there was no chair moved, no nothing moved and stuff like that. All I see is Daniel just going around, popping around, it's like he's just pushing the narrative so hard it's ridiculous. Hi, Citizen Sleuth. How are you? Yeah, Tucker, the dog. Yeah. Why did they share this picture? Not of the rugs they claimed were in the bathroom. Honestly, Rena, so it was just something that was odd, right? Like, again, there was a bunch of noise going on. And now I know that when Haley spoke about that, I know what she said on Hidden in the Fog, right? And about drugs, but then she kind of retracted on that. And I know about in the bathroom part of that, but the argument was about it. So I'm not sure on the clarity of all of that. I mean, I don't know if that white dust is just dirt or anything, because Malaya had got up, right? Like, according to Malaya from two parties, Malaya woke up and Daniel, I think, was in the bathroom, doing his meth, right? So, maybe there was signs of it there. I don't know. I was just curious because I didn't know what this picture was. Haley didn't know what this picture, like, she took it because she thought it was odd, but she didn't know what it was. And it was just because they heard kerfuffling. So, right. So if it was turned out to be a phone that he was trying to, like, whatever, right? But if it's from a plasma lighter, then so be it. Daniel on the Drunk Turkey Show, he showed Daniel's little basket of little knick-knacky odds and ends, and that wouldn't shock me. So, I would just rather than quash it, right? Hi, Susanna. How are you? I'm still waiting for my picture to be finished. She had to go back for back surgery, Belinda. It will come. Well, you should believe him on that. Sorry to say. Well, you should believe him on that. Sorry to say That is not from a plasma lighter. I know this for a fact. I've taken them apart before. Well, it didn't quite look the same to me. But there was one that kind of did. But if it's not from a phone, then honestly, probably don't care too much, right? Like, meaning it's not like the RCMP don't have it. So they do. So, if it was something, then they would know. I'm not a techie, so if someone wants to show me the exact, you know, side by side exactly, but I mean, it has a B plus and a B minus charger, and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna, for me, I'm letting that one rest myself. Hi, Marie Antoinette. You guys answer a question for me. So Janie said the bus in the morning came into the driveway for the kids. So the bus would have pulled into the driveway. Well, I, I feel like she meant that it like doesn't like pull in, but just kind of pulls right up at the top of the driveway. That's how I took that. Sorry, I'm probably really far behind. So I'm just gonna keep scrolling down a bit. Why would I believe a guy who makes a bunch of different statements well, I mean, there's gotta be some truth in some of the shit that he says, right? It's just that it's hard to decipher which is the truth and which is a lie, right? Yeah, like, do you like honestly, is he gonna lie every single minute of every single day? No. But again, you know, uh it looks to be from one of those vape things, like he said, type of idea. If it's not, the police have it, regardless. Everybody failed these Barbies. Bottom line. Yes, everybody did fail. Hmm. I wholeheartedly agree, Sunny. Hi, Irene. They've misled us for 5 months. Yeah. Well, let's start. Um, Hi, Daniel. Carol, I don't think the bus drivers have access to that information. My son also goes to school in Pictou County, and we use the same app. Oh, is that Charmaine? Is that Micmac? Did you gift? Oh, you know what? I must have to reboot my computer, Micmac, because I'm just seeing this now. Like, for some reason the music's not going off. Sometimes just a good reboot. I probably should have done a reboot. Um, you did that yesterday for people too. So hold on a second here. Um, let's see who got those. Come on, I just seen it. Where did it go? Let me find it. Sorry, the chat's scrolling, and I was just at it. So just give me a second, Micmac. Okay. Danielle got one. Salty Temptations. Ooh, Salty Temptations. Tracy, Bishop, Irish Girl, and Mama G were gifted a membership by Micmac. So, so thank you very much, Micmac, for that. You did that yesterday for people too. Thank you so much. And again for the super thanks that you did the other day. There we go. Okay. Dude, that's funny. They are acting da. I will call the school board Monday and find out. Okay. How much to subscribe? Subscribing is free. Memberships are $1.99. Is that, or what is that? What are you talking about? Was that you talking about how to subscribe to a channel? Because subscriptions are free, if that's what you meant. Sorry if I missed what the actual content. Hi, Mary. How are you? Hi, AI Henry. How are you? Does anyone know? Yeah, Belinda, she was having a rough day yesterday, Sheila. Lots going on there. We all know that Belinda is going to be fighting for, regardless if they're dead or alive, for Jack and Lily here, right? For fighting for custody, temporary custody. And so, yeah, and yesterday being the 5th month that of their disappearance. So yeah, she was having a rough day. She's a warrior. I know it. It's been a long haul, and I'm sure it's every day is like torture, to be honest with you. I'm sure, just to wake up with that big hole in your heart every single day, wondering if that day is going to be the day that they get answers for Jack and Lily, or how long it's going to go on for. But she's a strong lady. She has her daughter Chelsea, that is really a good daughter to her mother, and well, for each other. I'm sure that they're good for each other for sure. But yeah, but Belinda has a lot of people, including this channel, that really care about her, and want to help her out in any which way that we can, if it's viable and stuff like that. Yeah. Um, Hi, Darlene. Seems like his interview was coached by DT. Well, that's what I seen that another channel had said. You know. Um, okay. Yeah, it does take years sometimes. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm still waiting for justice for Sebastian Rogers' case, and that's been, geez, wow, over a year and a half now for that. Hey, there's Troll. Hi, Troll. Love you, Troll. Okay, so I gotta shut up because if I keep reading these comments, I'm never gonna get to the video. I got it on 1.25 speed. The interview between Drunk Turkey and DM really frustrated me. With some of the comment added. You know, I will say this, of course. Like I said, Drunk Turkey, Daniel, and I have been friends for a few years now. Okay, from the different cases and stuff like that. Um, again, as we talked about just a little bit yesterday, some animosity going on with people feeling like they're getting blocked easy and stuff like that. It really boils down to this, though, is that Daniel can run his channel however he wants to. And just like I wouldn't want somebody telling me how to run my channel. He is aware of the feelings. Um, and he was feeling quite a bit attacked in here yesterday. Now, I couldn't pay attention to all that. The chat was moving on. I'm trying to do a live and stuff like that. I talked with Daniel this morning a bit, just to talk about a little bit of what's going on. And I said to Daniel that for now, like, he had asked me to join a live yesterday for, I think, Q&A, you know, but I was doing the live yesterday. But honestly, I have no animosity towards DT myself. I explained to him, of course, about, Charmaine and Kent, and the feelings of people and stuff like that. Um, he didn't even know about like the comment to Kent and stuff like that. I know he did have definitely over 1,000 people in there. He did say, like, he said that he couldn't believe it. Had he had seen that, he would have blocked the person themselves and stuff. But you know, I it shouldn't be like this, though. Like, honestly, it makes me feel like I'm kind of put in the middle a bit here, because whenever DT asked me to join a live on his, I would always do it. And you know I don't care. I felt attacked myself last time on his live when I was looking at stuff in his comments, like, meaning in his chat and stuff like that. you know um but I agree with DT that when you have guests on, and this would be including Belinda. If anyone was to attack Belinda in the channel, they know that they would get their ass booted. And I'm just talking about, if people are attacking guests or being ignorant to the guest that's on the chat panel and stuff like that. But it was really about, I think, that comments were getting put by and stuff like that. Either way, I said to DT, well, probably best for now, just to like cool the heels a bit here, and you do your channel like you do, and I'll do this channel. But I don't think that it would be wise to be doing any lives together, because there's a little bit of some friction going on there, not between me and Daniel, Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show, but just from I know that you guys are feeling that you guys can't have a voice there and are getting blocked and stuff like that. And I just really don't want to be part of the drama of, all that stuff. What I do wish for is that, everyone, without being rude, definitely have a voice to say stuff and that. But I just don't think it's wise at this moment. I just don't feel like dealing with that stuff. And, but I still, like I said, Daniel DT from the Drunk Turkey, he's my friend, and he's always been, and Jaime and Big Blue have always just been a really good group of people, like meaning regardless their hearts and stuff like that. Even if we disagree with what he's portraying Daniel to be like, right? It would be pretty boring if we all did the same thing, though. So again, if people think that Daniel's like an angel that should be hung up on a tree, go ahead. Don't care, right? That's your opinion. That's your thoughts. I personally don't, right? Type of thing. He's kind of like probably the bubble gum at the bottom of my shoe that I walk on. That type of thing. That's how I feel about him. Why? Because he's shown that he can't be trusted and believed as a person, right? So if you're acting like this during the case of 2 missing children, then what does that really say about you as a person? That's how I look at it myself. But anyways, so please don't be trashing on the Drunk Turkey Show, Daniel, like on attacking. You guys can say that if you don't about Daniel Martell and you didn't like the interview and stuff like that. But don't do any personal attacks on Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show. Okay, guys, it's one thing to have your thoughts about the actual interview, but not personally on Daniel from the fuck. I gotta keep saying Daniel because there's both of them are Daniels. Dang it. Yeah. Well, again, I'm kind of like I said, you know, he'll run his live the way he wants to. I'll run this live the way I want to. And if you guys just feel like that's the way it is, I would suggest, honestly, just don't say nothing in chat and just watch. I do that stuff all the time. When I do have time to watch lives of other people, I typically don't go in there and say stuff. I've done it a few times in my entire time of being a YouTuber. I could probably count it on like this many times, maybe a little bit more in 5 years, right? Well, it depends how you deem it as brilliant. I mean, at the end of the day, just like, do we not, like there was a couple channels that were shitting on me that day that I was talking to Malaya on Messenger because they felt like I was ignoring Belinda. But Belinda had already known, right? That I said to her, like, Malaya's talking to me. So her and Ken started talking. But it's one of those things that no matter what, people still, no matter if you believe Daniel Martell's lying, you guys still want to listen to him. I mean, you can't tell me you don't, because most of y'all do. No different than Malaya, right? So it was kind of like these other creators are, dissing me for acting like I was ignoring Belinda, but Belinda knew exactly what I was doing. And the same creator, especially that was dissing on me, what's her, whatever her name, what's her name? I am, whatever her name is. But anyways, motives of my opportunity. Yeah. Right. And then so when I went into her life, she was like, dissing Belinda. And I basically said, like, piss off date type of thing. I'm leaving. And I had barely said anything. But the minute I heard that, I was just leaving. But, she like anyone wanted to hear what Malaya had to say. So, right. Big hypocrites is what it is. I think we're all hypocrites. So we all say shit and do something different. Me included. Okay. I've already been doing this live for 41 minutes and I haven't even started it. So again, Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show did an interview with Daniel Martell. It was Daniel Martell's first interview. At the end of the day, like I said, even if my feelings for Daniel Martell aren't love and rainbows and Skittles and stuff like that, or Malaya, you know, bottom line is that when family's talking, you should always listen because you're always looking to either clear things up or for details that don't make sense. So if Daniel and Janie and Dickwood have found their spot on, DT's channel and stuff like that, great. Let them open up. Let them keep talking, right? I mean, honestly, and don't comment if you don't want some comments, right? If the mods are there to kind of watch for attacking type comments and they don't know, like they don't know who most of you guys are. They just see a comment and go, whatever. But I know some people like to participate in chat. Most times I would just rather listen, to be honest with you, than sit there and chat too much in chat myself. But, I would just recommend just listening and just taking it all in for what it is. And then, you guys will make your choices about whether you believe there was any family involvement or not by your own thoughts, right? Even if they're different than mine, obviously. Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what he is. I think that suits his name pretty good. Right, Dickwood? I think he likes it too. Okay. What is it? Anyway, so Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show. And like I said, I'm just going to start it off, you guys, from where Daniel Martell enters. 1 second. Anyways, happy Friday again. Thanks for joining. Hit the like and share for Jack and Lily. Let's see. I gotta find where it is. Oh, here it is. Let me just move it over a bit so I don't get it lost. Okay. We'll just play it out, and I got it on 1.25. Okay. If it's too fast, I'll turn it down or I'll slow it down.
Without further ado, I'm going to bring up the interview now. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, ring that notification bell. You guys know what to do.
Tell me if you think it's too fast. If not,
everybody, welcome to the show. Daniel Martell, the stepfather for Lily and Jack. Welcome, Daniel. How are you doing, man? How's it going?
I'm still staying strong there, Daniel. I mean, every day is a new day.
Yeah, I hear you. I know there's been some activity recently. There's been some dogs in the area. They've been doing some searches. I know that that has been on your property. They looked at your property. So I know that there's still movement in the case. Right now, are you confident in where the investigation is going?
It's a little bit different from my point of view versus, the public eye. But right now, I'm fairly happy with what they're doing. I mean, they're pulling out all the stops. I mean, cadaver dogs took a long, or human remains dogs took a long time to come in, but I mean, everything's falling into place like it should. It's just the amount of time that's passed. It's just, for some people, it's not fast enough.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Well, this is the joke of it all, right? Just right there. So the joke of it all is, like in the interview and like what Daniel Martell said before, like cadaver dogs, right? They might be brought in earlier on. He asked for them. Okay. He did not sit there and go, you know what? Can you bring in the cadaver dogs so I can prove that Cindy Murray took the children and has hidden them? And, Malaya has nothing to do with it. So crock of crap on that, because again, just another contradictory thing that's coming out of his mouth. Okay. Daniel, he changes his tune the way the wind blows, right? So whenever something is said, and most people have caught on to this, whenever the social media is saying something, Daniel will all of a sudden, it's like he's taking from that and then putting that other little narrative to it on it. Okay. Again, that's just my opinion. You guys can all have your own. Daniel's speed up sounds like a chipmunk. It's a shame that the children, both Jack and Lily, are missing. Absolutely. It's an absolute criming shame. Okay. Now, I can have a smirk on my face saying that because I don't have 2 missing children. But it is a criming shame that absolutely that 2 children are missing. Remember, the one person sitting there, the other person doesn't bring herself out in the public. Now we have to ask ourselves perhaps why that is as well. And correct, we don't talk about Malaya as much because what are we going to do? Keep beating a dead horse about, information that we don't really have besides the few times that Malaya has said something. Okay, we got 5 months worth of Daniel talking, okay? I've watched it from virtually the first week or when Daniel started popping in and out, and I've watched everything he's done. And I'm telling you, sorry, this is behavior of somebody to me that's trying to push a narrative, and that's why they're so persistent. Now they're all just being vocal again. You know what? That's okay. So keep talking, and then again, if there's inconsistencies there, we'll pull it out. But anyway, so with the cadaver dogs, yeah, right. Bring on the dogs. Come on, like type of thing. Jack and Lily missing, right? Now, of course, secretly, he had told Charmaine that he believes Cindy Murray had something to do with it, but that Malaya didn't have any. That Cindy Murray had something over Malaya's head, like, right, that it was holding her hostage, basically. That's what Daniel had told Charmaine whenever Charmaine first talked to him, within that first month there, right? But yeah, so why would you want the cadaver dogs? Because right then you were being sincere that you wanted the cadaver dogs before. Now you're like, yeah, I guess, they're doing that. Didn't you find his interview, which we can play again? Didn't you find his interview on the one where he's saying that 100% they're alive? He was so condescending to the RCMP on how he said that. Well, they're making themselves look like they're working. Like, you honestly think, guys, that they're going to waste all these money and resources bringing in dogs if the children are hidden? So if the children are alive and hidden, yeah, you know what? Let's just bring in 2 dogs, some human remains detection dogs from Vancouver over here, my end of the world. Yeah, let's just, get them on a plane, use all that money and reason. You know what? You guys aren't doing anything today. Well, you know what? Let's just go sniff out Daniel Martell's land. I mean, we know that they're hidden, guys, right? It's ridiculous, right? No, he's not sitting on a buddy bench. He probably would do that just to be a little shit, to be honest with you. Probably go park himself on that. But anyways, so as for the cadaver dog, again, just another inconsistency as he's talking about it. Now he's trying to make us believe that, they're searching away. They're not going to find anyone. Because I know they're 100% alive, and Darren's there to tell us that they're alive, and they're being hidden, and he knows where they are. It's just ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. Hi, Rhonda. Love you, girl. Yeah. Okay, I'll play more, or else this is probably going to be a freaking one of Charmaine's live. You guys, okay, don't let this slide. Charmaine, she was like, I just can't talk like that long. I just don't have things to say. I'm more of a shit now. Charmaine's lives have been longer than the It's a Crime and Shave lives. Okay. Just saying. Okay. So anytime that woman says that she's going to do a short live, don't believe her. Okay. They just don't happen, as you can see.
It's a sad situation. Jack and Lily went missing in May. I couldn't imagine how, you guys were feeling in the moment of having the kids missing and then somewhat like the entire world turning against you. How has that been for you guys? Has it kind of calmed down? Has things gotten worse here recently?
No, Daniel, it never calms down. Some of those Facebook groups, they're absolutely relentless every day.
Yeah, and I mean, it appears to me, at least, when I look through the RCMP documents, I look at what the investigators have done and what they have said flat out. That sounds like they've cleared you guys. Have they told you guys that specifically, that they do not believe you guys are suspects?
I don't know if I should say this or not, but they came out and told me and Mom privately, like, probably almost 3 months ago now, that we know that you guys had nothing to do with it, and we know that you guys have no involvement with the disappearance.
Yeah. Well,
and it wasn't just one investigator that told us; it was multiple different times privately.
Okay, I guess they're cleared then. Absolutely, Daniel's words, right? Because the investigators absolutely. So the dog handler, right, went out of turn of speak and said, Daniel, give us a false confession. Come on now. 2 children just don't disappear. You think honestly a dog handler is going to say that all by himself? Cleared, definitely. Okay. Absolutely not. I would never use that word cleared at all myself. Now, Daniel from Drunk Turkey Show uses it. Hell to the no. Would I use that word? Okay. We don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. So, right? I just can't see a dog handler saying something like that to them unless it was a part of the plan, right? So, again, whatever Daniel says, I can't tell you what's truthful and what's not truthful because, again, when someone has shown inconsistencies, just on and on inconsistencies, to be honest with you, I'm sorry, but I don't have the ability to sit there and think that that many inconsistencies don't amount to a bunch of BS, right? To me, again, if it's truthful and natural, it just comes out and then you maybe add a few things that you forgot. But now, hole in the bag there, people. Okay. The only person that's being inconsistent that we know of, at least in my eyes, is Daniel. So why would we believe him about some hole, right? I can't believe him about any of that stuff. I mean, even the news is confused. 1 minute he says it's not Lily's blanket, the next minute it is Lily's blanket. 1 minute Janie doesn't talk about the pool to anybody. Then next thing you know, on the interview, she talks about the swimming pool for Jack and Lily. And it's just months later down the road. So, they said Daniel Martell should be an investigator. Well, I mean, apparently he's the smartest one on the block here. Yeah. All Daniels are cool. Okay. But anyways, yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people feel like Daniel Martell is being like laid back and whatever, like loosey goosey and stuff like that in this. I mean, I will say that it has been 5 months. But he has changed his status to in a relationship. He has changed that. It was said that Daniel was seeing somebody in the summertime there, and then we know that there was that whole thing that this channel never got into. But apparently it's not single anymore; it's in a relationship. Now, for me personally, this is just a personal judgment. I can't imagine. But then he's not the real father. But he's acting probably, or he's trying to portray that he's like the real. I don't want to say portray like the real father, but meaning it's really strange to me that a person that's not even a father, that's been in a relationship for a few years, is trying this hard to actually look for Jack and Lily. And that is doing all this. It seems kind of weird. And in all honesty, considering if there was a biological parent, sure. Right. So why is that? Like, why is that? But anyways, I don't think that I would ever be thinking about being in a relationship when 2 children are missing. I think that would probably be the furthest thing from my mind myself. But hey, I mean, some people have met and got married in one day. So whatever is what it is. I just find that weird that in the midst of 2 children missing, that I'm looking to have a relationship. I don't know, but I feel like that's a two-way street on that one, right? I heard that Malaya has a boyfriend as well, but I don't know if that's true or not for sure. But either way, Jack and Lily are missing. But anyway, that's just my personal opinion on that. I just couldn't imagine.
So it wasn't just one investigator out of the blue that said it.
And has it always been that way? Or was there a moment, maybe perhaps in the beginning, where you felt that that wasn't the case? Maybe perhaps their eyes were on you?
I'm not sure. I think for the first month, they were pretty dead set that, we need to investigate Daniel a lot. I mean, with the amount of interrogations I did and with the sheer amount of, well, I mean, I was pretty upfront with everything. I was cooperative with everything. So it kind of made it easier for them too, right? They didn't have to get any warrants. They didn't have to dig for anything. I mean, I handed them my phone. I asked for the polygraphs. I asked for everything.
Yeah. I mean, usually when somebody cooperates as much as you guys have, and law enforcement is looking into it, if they're looking at you guys as some form of suspect. And if you're looking at somebody hard enough and you're pulling all the stops and you're not finding something, that's usually because something happened there. So, let's back up. Let's go and start from the beginning. You know, the kids missed school before their disappearance. A lot of people were looking at that in a suspicious manner. I know that they were seen on camera the day before they disappeared. So the fact that they were missing, as as weird as it was, as far as the timing goes, doesn't necessarily mean something nefarious happened. But tell us, why weren't they in class?
Well, I know Wednesday they had what they call a PE day, which is kind of like an in-service,
Mhm.
and so no children attended the school that day. And then on Thursday, Lily had a cough, and I really didn't know if Malaya was going to keep them home for Friday, but kind of turns out that she did. And when I woke up that morning, like I wasn't expecting the kids to be home. I seen Lily poke her head into the room a couple times.
Right. Let's hold on. So the cough, or was it this supposed black eye? But Patty obviously doesn't remember anything, really, because her whole timeline is right. But so you can't even take that with any salt at all. Patty's words in the documents at all. But who here, one, if you think it was because of a black eye, or two, they're kept home because of a cough. So 1 for black eye, 2 for cough. Considering CPS had already visited them and stuff like that, regardless. Okay. Well, Jen, if you listen to that interview with whatever that guy's name was talking the other day, I mean, she asked him, like, do you guys follow, them on the internet? And he was like, basically, no. We don't really have the time and hours really for that stuff. And he said, but sometimes, like if they're personally Google searching or seeing something that's of interest, they'll pay attention to it, type of idea. But no, it's not their practice to have people sit here and watch the lives. So who knows? Black eye. Mary says 2. Talk about bashing. Here we go. Again, I just want to make sure that we're crystal clear on this. If you don't care to watch this live and you don't want to listen to this interview and me saying my feelings about Daniel Martell, feel free to leave. You can leave now if you don't like it. I really do not care what I personally say, because it's my channel. So if anyone is on the Daniel bandwagon and they want to, that's fine, but honestly, if I come across any ignorant comments towards me, I will boot your ass as fast as you're saying it. Well, actually, that's not true. I'm usually behind in my scrolling time. So I'll just put it that way, okay? Again, I'm not here to take anybody's crap at all. I'm here to give my opinion and talk about a case. Either you like it or you don't like it. Simple as that. I'm not here for the purpose of being like for everyone to like me. They don't. If they do, they do. Again, here to talk about Jack and Lily's case, bring awareness to Jack and Lily. So again, just going to make that very loud and clear. 1 squid, most likely 1, in my opinion, self-inflicted or not, with CPS involvement already via school. Yeah. What is we don't, that would be our major crimes unit. 3, because they were already gone. Fair enough. Donna, do you have a problem being here? Because it keeps seeming like your comments, again, it seems like you don't really want to be here. Do you want me to help you out the door? I can do that. Actually, let's just help you out the door, Donna. I don't think I like your attitude. You know what? Why don't you go tell another channel that I banned you? Bye-bye. Yeah. To be honest with you, I'm not in the mood today, people. Well, Chrissy Travers is from Oh, Please Bring Me Home. Yeah, that's that. You know, I wonder if there's, and I have to ask on that one. Yeah. You know why? Again, I do things for the right reasons. Even if people don't like what I have to say sometimes and stuff like that, that goes without saying for any channel. At the end of the day, again, I have what I call my real life that I have here, where I go to work and work a full-time job and stuff like that. And the purpose why I even do this, as much as I hate the true crime community for the heaviness of it all and the sadness of it all, you know, it's the fact that we can bring awareness and we can talk about cases, because you know what? Again, if somebody doesn't like my opinion, don't listen then. Don't care. Right? So just don't come in here and put insults in the chat, because I'll boot you. That means you don't want to be here. The people that want to be here, they might not necessarily agree with me, but they want to come in and discuss the case and stuff like that. You know, it's one thing to ask a question and say, Sonny, why don't you think that da 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 da? You know, why would Malaya want to come out and speak? Right. She, like I said, she's probably one of the smarter ones, to be honest with you. Daniel wouldn't come across like this if Daniel actually just shut his mouth. But Daniel is the one that has contributed mostly to the circus that's going on because of the inconsistencies. So he only has himself to blame for what has transpired. And I don't really give a shit about Daniel. What I give a shit about is Jack and Lily, and that they deserve truth and they deserve answers. So if you're being truthful, then just say the truth. Say the timeline. You're sitting there saying Lily poked her head in and out. In the court documents, we already know that Malaya said between 8 and 8:30. You guys already gave them. Why do they never talk about it? Right? Why do they never talk about that time period at all? It's like avoidance. Why do they keep avoiding? Right? Well, I can't say they, because Malaya only said that into a message to Belinda, you know, and in the documents, because they forgot to redact it. But we all know that that was said. And guess what? So obviously, if the children supposedly disappeared at 9:40, or that they were like last seen or heard, whatever, then again, then talk about the 8 to 8:30. Why avoid it? It's because you got something that you're trying to hide. Whether that's the fact that your lazy butts were in bed with Meadow and you couldn't be asked to get up with Jack and Lily, or something more nefarious happened, right? But don't you guys notice that big avoidance of the 8 to 8:30 time frame? You know, it must bug you guys as well. Well, I don't know that the 8 to 8:30 time frame is true, right? It's a time that was said, but I don't necessarily believe it's true. And the reason I don't necessarily believe it's true is because since this case has begun, it has been so inconsistent with information from Daniel, right? And Malaya's actions. But Daniel, okay, always avoid it. He's been asked it multiple times. Always avoid it. So when he sits here and coming up and talking about Jack and Lily, or that Lily poked her head in a few times, even that part of the story has changed, right? Like, so you just put your finger up and went, shh, you know, type of thing, you know, like this whole time frame here is really, they have created, right? They have created this to be just an absolute freaking nightmare of a timeline that, again, that could never be told the truth from the start. Okay. So tell me again, why is this part of the timeline being avoided? That was one thing I would have thought, well, you know, maybe Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show didn't think it was important at all, but that is important to me. Absolutely. Is it not important to you guys? Because if it's just the fact that their lazy butts couldn't get out of bed to take care of the children, which is probably a normal thing, to be honest with you, that Jack and Lily fend for themselves in the morning while they're sleeping in, you know, because, like, let's see, we've got Meadow in bed, Daniel who works 1 day a week, you know what? You guys get your own breakfast. You know, that's how I see it. I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm one of those people that, yeah, I do judge. Okay. I look at the nightmare of what that place looks like on the outside. They obviously didn't give a crap whatsoever if the kids were to hurt themselves on any of those objects out there. Okay. That place is an absolute disaster on the inside and out. Okay. And even Belinda said that she couldn't believe what the inside looked like, and it was just as bad as the outside. So we already heard Wade say that frickin' Malaya was lazy ass as well, right? So do you think it's so far fetched that these kids kind of took care of themselves in the morning for a bit, watched TV and did stuff like that while they stayed in their bed? I don't think that's pretty far fetched, you know? But the thing that again goes against the grain of this whole timeline is the fact of, well, they're skipping a beat on the timeline. But again, they've tried to push this narrative of a 20-minute window that her family, somehow took Jack and Lily and hid them. And yet they can't even tell you a storyline around that to exactly precisely how that happened, right? The only thing they're using to back that up is that Janie came out of her trailer, YOLO, 10 minutes later, and Malaya looks suspicious, just standing there with Meadow in her arm near the trailer. And Janie, her ears obviously had, earbuds in them because she couldn't hear a vehicle if her life depended on it, apparently, right? Because we all know that that's bullshit, okay? Janie says that she can basically knows everything that goes on that property and that she can hear everything, right? And then she's like clueless, like, I don't know what's going on in their life. I don't pay attention to it. That's their business. Right. Shut the front door. That's why you were out there saying, Daniel, don't bag the blanket too heavy. It's too heavy and da. Right. So, that regardless, Daniel and his mom, they live right close to each other. Of course, Mama. Janie's that person that's she's like my grandma, man, when my grandma was alive. She's up your ass, in your ass, all over your ass, knows everything that you're doing and stuff like that. And she's always there to beak off, and say, do this, you should be doing that, blah, 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 blah. Right? That my grandma was like, kind of like, like a Janie that way. And it was just like, oh, grandma type of idea. But anyway, they keep painting suspicion. That's the point. They keep painting suspicion around him. So like I said, if Daniel's the most, guilty, innocent person, who knows, right? Yeah, the matriarch. Yeah. I mean, obviously Janie hasn't had, like, she sounds like she's had a rough life and stuff like that. I mean, they're not the richest of people either, right? Probably making do with what they have and stuff like that. But, just because you even say you don't have money doesn't mean you don't clean up a damn yard. To protect the kids from all that danger that's out in that yard, or to take care of those kids properly. Because again, Jack and Lily have disappeared because of them. And that's the one thing, regardless, right? That's the base point of all of this, is that they're still responsible for Jack and Lily's disappearance. So, but when it comes to the timeline, they're trying to paint this picture, but they have no basis to that timeline of where these children are, at what point they actually went missing, because they're only trying to use that Janie felt like Malaya was being suspicious. They got nothing else to back it up besides their mouths. That's it. They got nothing. But we have Daniel's words, and we have Daniel's screenshots, and we have all of that with Daniel and his interviews to back up what we're saying when we're saying he's inconsistent or telling lies and stuff like that, right? No different if Malaya says something different, right? We have that to back it up. And that's why I will always say, I don't use my own words for what they've created. It's their own words getting used back on them. So again, then tell us exactly, where are these children? Where are these children? If you're going to go around running around the internet, because you look like a dang fool, Dickwood. You look like a darn fool sitting here running around saying that. You know what? If you want to keep running around and saying that, I really truly hope that the police drag your ass in there and force you to take a lie detector test. If you're going to run around saying that shit, to be honest with you. Because that's just irresponsible to sit there and put out there that Jack and Lily, you know where they are. And, you know, like, you're just, seriously, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Where are these poor kids? Absolutely. Right? And unfortunately, we have to deal with the people like Daniel Martells of the world, right? You know, people are trying to bring awareness to the case. They're trying to assist in every which way that they can, regardless, right? Whether it's posters and all that stuff. And then we have to look at someone that's literally going around just caring about what people think about him and trying to justify all the stuff, not really perpetuating about Jack and Lily. He keeps using that, but that's just like his, you know, like I said, that's because he has to portray that it's about Jack and Lily, but really it's about him. He makes it about himself all the time. It's noticeable. It's all in his screenshots. I mean, there's so many of them, I can't even stop. I'm not afraid to see that I called the cops and told them about Durwood's comments. Hopefully they will ask him what the deal is. Absolutely. If he's going to run off with his mouth like that and say stuff like that, then he needs to back it up to the RCMP. But you know what? Thing is, honestly, they can't. Because again, if Daniel and Dickwood there are smarter than that RCMP and they know where Jack and Lily are, and a freaking team full of investigators have no clue. Come on. They're not going to bring in cadaver dogs if the children are being hidden and they know it. It's ridiculous. All right, let's listen to this more. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, when this man talks, just keep listening, right? For people that have followed this man for 5 months, you guys know when a red alert goes off and what Daniel said before and what he says now and stuff like that. Okay? We're not dumbasses.
Morning.
Yeah.
And she didn't have a cough. She wasn't sick, not like the day before. So, you know, I wouldn't really have kept them home because they were kept home a lot because they were sick a lot during the school year. But
allergies, or is this like
no, they just had low immune systems, Dan.
I called this one months ago. I said, I bet you any money that the children's attendance record sucks. What did you say, Daniel? 41 times they've been absent in a year? 41 times? Okay. And this is a bullshit excuse. You know what? They have low immune systems and blah, 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 blah. No. Tons of it is because what? Probably because your lazy asses couldn't be asked to get up and get ready and get them ready for school or made excuses. Yeah, you can stay home today. Okay. I called that. I could tell, right? When I said that right at the beginning, that their attendance record, I bet you sucks at school. Well, glad to know on that one that's true. You know, 41 days, eh, Daniel? 41 days. Anyways, called that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for like the first, I don't know, like 11 weeks of school, they were sick each week. Not they brought home COVID and stuff like that. But you can't expect a kid to be perfectly healthy when they're hanging out with, you know, other children, right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And so it sounds like she was pretty bad the day before she went missing on Thursday.
Yeah, she did have a cough, but I was never expecting Malaya to keep them home for both days.
And so
just quickly, I think we all have kids here. A lot of us have kids, you know. I mean, he's saying you got to know, Daniel, that, you know, when you're around other kids that you're bound to get sick also. Yeah, well, my son, was your child sick 41 days? Exactly. We'll get to that part too, you know. But anyway.
That was Malaya's decision then to keep.
Yeah, of course. She woke up that morning the morning of the disappearance and marked Jack and Lily both as absent at 6:17 and 6:18 a.m.
Good deal. And so the last time that they're seen is on camera the day before. What happened the night after they're seen on camera? What was that night like?
The night they were seen on camera, they were seen on Thursday. They were seen at Dollarama, and then we went to Acropole. You know, we got some food and then brought it home. When we got home, it was a little bit before 4 o'clock, and I went outside and helped mom work on the fence. It took me a little while to find all my tools and stuff, but then, you know, after I got my drill and everything else, and I helped mom work on the fence for quite a few hours until it was just coming on to dark. And then after it was dark, I came back inside. What I remember, the kids were sleeping, but when you're looking back in time, Daniel, it's hard to, you know, kind of remember everything and get a feeling for how the night really was, because it just seemed like a normal night, right? When I came inside, I thought the kids were sleeping, and I could have swore they were sleeping, but it says in the documents that she had them up till 9 or 10 at night. I don't remember them being up that late, so I'll tell you that.
Were you looking at your phone or your watch at what time it was every
Yeah,
few
I mean, I got a watch on my arm the whole time, and I never look at it, man. I'm always grabbing for my phone.
You know, it's not uncommon unless you're like something specifically.
Now, it just feels like all these justifications and stuff is what I constantly keep hearing here. You know, I mean, the thing is that when a big event happens, I'm sorry, I don't keep making excuses for. I mean, Malaya couldn't remember Wednesday, okay? The day that she, of course, you know, went to Patty's house to do laundry, and that would have been a day that Lily had a black eye, the day that she got a license plate, the day that they took Patty's card and went shopping with it, you know, and got Daniel some babe juice and stuff like that. But her memory all of a sudden became foggy for all of Wednesday. Amazing. But I find it so, I'm not going to sit here and act like people don't forget things and stuff like that. But usually when a big event happens, but how is it that he keeps talking and talking for all these months later about how things happen, but here all of a sudden he's kind of saying, well, you know, it's really hard. Were the kids sleeping? Were they not? You know, what time did I go to bed or inside the home at? You know, everything becomes really foggy, right? You know, and so, like I said, and then, you know, even with Janie, she got all this very detailed information on the morning of, but the minute that timeline got to the point of, you know, seeing Malaya outside and what at any time after the Ron phone call was all foggy, you know. And so again, my personal opinion, you know, I can understand that certain things you're going to forget, absolutely. But, you know, Daniel has spent the last 5 months pretty much reminding us about all the details. And he's added so much detail since then and stuff like that. But, you know, brain fog. Okay. I guess we'll just call it his brain fog or whatever. Can't really remember much about that night, even though to me, I mean, again, you've had 5 months to remember this night, but all of a sudden now you can't, you know, I sorry. I guess it's just because with Daniel, you don't know what's true and what's not true, right? Belinda's a perfect grandmother, kind-hearted. Absolutely. It pains me, the pain that that family members that really care about Jack and Lily have to keep watching this propaganda out of Daniel and stuff like that, honestly. Daniel and Janie were sick of Lily and Jack. I could tell the way Janie talked about them. Then they go missing. I see a motive there. Well, you know, I also feel that I almost feel like that Malaya, I feel like she was in a depression as well. I think I do believe that when Daniel says that he did a lot of stuff for Jack and Lily and Malaya didn't. Like I do believe that, because I do feel like that she probably was in a not, I don't think Malaya was in a good mental health state. Now, don't forget, you guys, Malaya was wanting to leave Daniel many times. And, you know, and I get this, but she kept backing out. And on the day that of the 3rd, she sees that moment to get out of there and get away from Daniel. There's a reason for all of that. Now, thing is that Daniel's trying to always act like he's the good guy. But Daniel is not the good guy. Always. Absolutely. You can tell by his comments, things that he says, and screenshots that I have. And he's always constantly putting Malaya down, you know? And again, the sign of control, in a sense, like, and that's what always gets me. It's because when I was in my first abusive relationship, very, very is like, always try to beat you down with words and stuff like that. And then they pull you back in and then, you fall for it and crap like that. But, the thing is that Daniel and a lot of people that know Daniel know that he isn't that great of a guy. And again, Malaya's talked about certain things that Daniel has done, and Malaya's grandmother spoke of the same thing that Malaya had said to me in Messenger that you guys saw about Daniel holding her down and when, taking the phone away from her and pushing her up against a wall. Well, she said that was one time, and Daniel said that Malaya was the one that was, how did he word it? I have the screenshot of it. What did he say? Hold on. Let me just take a look at that exact wording there. Because I do have the screenshot. Oh, no violence ever. Malaya used to hit me. That was his exact words. Again, I only wish we knew the answer. I only wish we knew the true answer. And I personally, in my opinion, believe that the true answer lies between Daniel and Malaya. Hi, Tammy. Thanks, Snarky Pants. I like that name, Snarky Pants. Thank you so much for that. I'll say this myself. I'll just say this quickly. When I came out of my 11-year abusive first relationship from when I was 15 years old to 26, I had always kind of let people walk over me. I allowed that. So I always allowed, people that whatever, butt in line, kind of do things. And I always just kind of, let it ride off and stuff like that. But when you are abused and somebody's controlling you and stuff like that, well, I was sick of it. I was sick of the 11 years of being kicked and hit, black eyes, different things, whatever, right? I was just sick of it. And I walked away from that relationship going, you know what? I'm fed up. I'm fed up, and if people want to hear the truth, then they're going to dang right hear the truth. So don't ask me a question if you don't want to hear a truthful answer, right? And I just kind of became very strong and resilient. I started being very resilient about people trying to attack and stuff like that. I became a lot harder of a shell because I was just tired of that I let people walk over me for so long or abuse me and stuff like that. It was my own doing, and I'll never blame anybody besides putting myself in that position. But it made me a hell of a stronger female for that. Because again, Snarky, and thank you. I don't have the time of day for BSing and playing games, or all this drama shit that goes on. I just really don't have the time and energy that I want to put into all that stuff. So I am just a no bullshit type of person, right? People might not agree with me and stuff like that. Thanks, Shannon. I don't know why. I don't know that my Streamlabs is going off. But thank you so much for that super sticker. I know you're a big supporter of the channel here. But anyways, so I don't like to play head games, mind games. I don't like to play any games when it comes to anything, really. I'm just a very direct person, and I'm not there to try to influence if somebody doesn't believe in what I'm saying and stuff like that, or doesn't agree with me. That's fine. Absolutely. Right. And stuff like that. But again, That's what I like about Charmaine, as well, is that she's just kind of like, let's cut to the bullshit and let's just get straight to reality type of idea. I think that Kent is too, to a point, but I don't think he is as much as me and Charmaine are, that way. I just, you kind of have to go through life. Anyone that's been through relationships and stuff, or you're just tired of it, and you're just what I call a truthologist, you'll understand exactly this personality, right? So it's not that I'm not very soft and caring inside, because I am, but I have I just don't like BSing and I don't like bullshit. And that's why I have a hard time with Daniel Martell, is because me and Charmaine kept wanting to believe him at the start. But the more that time went on and the more inconsistencies that popped up, and watching these games when he could have cleared up this information a long time ago, I don't have the time of day for his BS, right? So I ain't falling for his BS. If some people think he's being honest and truthful, that's fair, right? Again, but for me, I don't believe it at all. When I see bullshit, I'm just like, come on now, right? Like, stop, dude. Who are you trying to sell? But I think what probably bugs me, the most out of all this is that, the strongest voices for Jack and Lily is the social media and the news, and the fact that Daniel is constantly, and even Janie, and well, we can't really include, well, Dickwood's pushing his narrative, but it's a fact of how much the focus is on about them, redeeming themselves, in a sense, or trying to redeem themselves about the accusations or the different things, and it's about Jack and Lily, right? So what we should be seeing is family members being proactive in asking the public to help, to be part of it. But for Daniel, it's been a game in my eyes. It's been an absolute game watching him for 5 months, and I'm fed up with his game. I don't believe him at all. There's nothing he could say to me. The only thing that I'll ever believe is when the RCMP come out and tell us what truly happened to Jack and Lily. But until then, there's nothing that this man can say anymore that I will believe at all, because it's too late. He could have cleared these things up a long time ago. He could have just been honest and forthcoming from the start. He claims he is always telling the truth, and yet we catch him in so many inconsistencies. And whenever somebody says, well, I mean, I can see Daniel forgetting this or that, and then of course he'll use that same sentence to say, like, well, I mean, I can't remember everything, and maybe I don't say things right and stuff like that. And it's kind of one of those things, is that I can't wholeheartedly say that Daniel or Malaya actually had something to do with Jack and Lily, because we don't know for a fact what happened to them. But in my heart, in my intuition, in my, watching what's going on, I absolutely believe that it's deception, and we're being misled to look a different way. And I think, I feel like it's being, played for fools, but we're not fools. And I don't know why Daniel tries so hard. No, I know why he tries so hard, but like, when you watch what he's doing and you watch him, like I said, why he comes in this channel again, would, like, honestly, if somebody is always, saying things about me, and people in the chat, are making comments to Daniel, but he doesn't seem to care at all, you know, playing, like, to me, being a true narcissist. He doesn't care. He just comes in to kind of, again, justify, um his own self, and it's not about Jack and Lily of stuff, and that's why we're talking about this, right? But Daniel, he like, for me, he thinks that I truly care. um I don't know, but I just feel like I've never saw someone that there's two missing children, and he just keeps trying to propagate a narrative of Malaya has the kids in hiding, like their family took them. Malaya has nothing to do with it. And then on the Drunk Turkey show here, he literally says, well, Darren's a smart man. Fuck off. Darren's a smart man. He's a tool. Okay. Probably one of the low ones. Well, we won't attack Darren. I'll take that back. He's still a dickwad though. But it's like, well, Darren's figured out a lot of things, and he talked to Patty, and Patty told Darren, and Darren told me that Malaya said she had other plans when Patty said, Malaya, you can come stay with me. But again, why are you bringing that up, Daniel? Because you said that you and Malaya had nothing to do with it. But then by that same exact thing, you're like, see, Patty told Darren this. So see, Malaya had other plans. So how can you sit there and turn around and say that Malaya had nothing to do with it when you're literally always saying that she does have something to do with it? Like you're including her, then excluding her, then including her, then excluding her. And it's a joke to listen, to sit there and to be part of a missing child's case or missing children's case. And then this is what these children had to look up to. Is this man here? The only person that seems to be stroking his ego is himself and his mama, perhaps. But I just don't find that funny at all. That he's just going from channel to channel, spewing his crap about himself and just justifying that and not making it truly about Jack and Lily. I just find that disgusting. And I don't want to take away from Malaya. Whatever she's doing over there too, same thing. The thing is that we don't know if Malaya's assisting the RCMP or if she's not assisting the RCMP. We don't know that, right? Remember, they did say in the one conference there that one blood relative, Malaya or Cindy, whatever, but Malaya, gets updates. Now, whatever that meant, not sure. But is Malaya assisting the RCMP? Or let me ask you guys this. What do you guys think? Do you think that Malaya is assisting the RCMP and that's why she's kind of been how she is? 1 for yes and 2 for no. And I'll just play out some more as you guys say that.
It happens and you look at the time at that specific time. I know a lot of people are looking at certain times where I think they were asleep by 9:30 and then documents say 10. I'm like, oh my God, there's 30 minutes here that
Yeah.
It's a little bit of a wild expectation for people to expect to remember things, especially on, like you mentioned, on a night that was pretty normal. But that night, what time did you go to bed?
I went to bed actually a lot later than Malaya did, I think. Like Malaya was already asleep when I came into bed. I remember flicking on the light for the kids at 12 at night, or a little bit after 12, so a little bit after midnight, and both of the kids were fast asleep under the covers. So, but I never get a chance to see what clothing they were wearing because the blankets were up on them, right?
Did you see the backpack?
I don't remember the backpack, the strawberry backpack, but that was always in Lily's room, right?
Okay.
Like that was always in Lily's room. Like she never took it out of there, right? That was her backpack it wasn't a school backpack. I know a lot of people think that, but she actually had a pink LOL doll like for school, and that was her. And the backpack she ended up taking was the one that we bought for when she took to her grandmother's, right? Which would be Cindy Murray.
So when she goes on trips, this was the backpack for trips.
Yeah. She didn't take her school backpack. She took her one that she takes on trips.
Interesting.
Trips or overnight trips or to go to visit. She would use that backpack.
Christine, quickly, the question was that 1, if you believe that Malaya is assisting the RCMP, or 2, if you do not believe she's assisting the RCMP.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so what's the layout of the house look like? So where
the layout of the house is we have the bedroom at the very end.
Okay.
And then we have Lily and Jack's room and my other kid's bedroom and the bathroom and the kitchen and the living room.
Okay.
So
how many bedrooms is that?
3 bedroom.
3 bedrooms. And I know some people have asked, like, Lily and Jack, they shared a bedroom. Was there a reason why one wasn't in one room and one wasn't in the other?
Well, my other kids are in the other bedroom. I mean, it really didn't matter but I know I know my daughter Rain and Arlo, they like to be in the same bedroom and they like to play together, right?
Yeah.
So, and it was a lot different for my other two kids, not having like any other kids involved, like with me and being a family.
Okay. So it seems like we're kind of like in a 50-50 kind of mode there. One and twos for that. So this is where, so I'll tell you what my biggest struggle is trying to figure out. My biggest trouble that I have, and even this whacks my own brain thinking about it. So when I keep thinking about the disappearance of Jack and Lily and who's involved and stuff like that, is it, well, neither of them. I look at all aspects regardless still. So is it neither of them, right? Or is it both of them, you know? Or was it one? But I don't think that one could happen without the other. So where I get a brain block is this, is that you have Daniel who's perpetuating that Malaya's family has basically planted the blanket, taken items, and basically has the children hidden and stuff like that. But if I'm basing it on that the children are deceased, right? I think to myself, okay, but I can't make sense of this because I think about all the stuff that Daniel has said about Malaya, right? And a lot of derogatory comments with Malaya. And yet by the same token, he always has acted like a lovesick puppy about it, right? Now that's probably the narcissist inside of him. But what I can't understand, like this is where my brain just hurts so badly, is if both of them had something, so let's say to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily, meaning regardless, that both of them would have knowledge, because nothing's going to happen there without them both having knowledge on that property. Then why would, if both of them had something to do with it, let's just say, if they did, why would Daniel be blaming Malaya, right? And why is Malaya saying things about Daniel doing drugs, and that he picked on Jack and Lily sometimes type of thing? Like, and let alone what Darren has said, okay? About Daniel spanking the kids and stuff like that. You guys remember that. But so I can't make the reason why I just can't wrap my head around that. What would be the situation? What would be the reasoning that Daniel would go on the attack of Malaya's side of the family, but always trying to portray that even though his words don't match what he says, but always trying to portray like Malaya doesn't know, even though he's said so different otherwise. So if they're if they are both involved and have knowledge, whether it's hidden or the children are deceased, right? Why would Malaya tell people that she woke up and Daniel was in the bathroom doing drugs like meth, right? And he was tweaking all night, basically. So why would she say that? So I can't wrap my head around the two different actions of them. Like, I know in a twisted way that we could think, well, they're just playing a fucking game, the both of them. They're trying to misdirect. But it doesn't make sense, though, that Daniel, if we think that he did something, that he's turning around blaming Malaya, because nothing could have happened to those children that Malaya would know. But why would say Daniel not have been arrested by now if that was the case? Like if Daniel did something to the children and Malaya knew that and, was helping the police say, then why hasn't Daniel been arrested by now? So even me trying to say it doesn't make sense because I can't make sense of their actions, So meaning if Malaya is going to talk about Daniel, right, you would think that she wouldn't say anything really bad. at all. Like she wouldn't talk about his drugs and stuff like that. Um, so whoops. So I just can't understand why we have Daniel pointing fingers towards the Brookside. Malay is saying stuff. But why would you do that if you both say would have knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily? Like the actions don't match. Usually when two people are lying about something, they'll stick together and they'll, kind of back each other up. But that's not what's happening here. You got Malaya who left the property the next day because she wanted to get the hell out of there, away from Daniel. And you got Daniel pointing fingers at Malaya. Malaya saying a few things about Daniel, but nothing major, not like what Daniel's doing or what he said. So I'm trying to understand how that can all fit in to Jack and Lily and them knowing about Jack and Lily disappear. You guys even get what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense, their actions, to, if we feel like they had involvement, their actions just aren't matching that of two people on the same page, in a sense. It's weird because if Daniel is in love with Malaya, or was, let's just say, then why is he pointing the finger to the Brooke side of the family as having the children hidden? Is that like a warped, twisted alibi, like to, make everyone believe that they're hidden, like kind of hidden somewhere and they'll never be found when really they're buried in the ground? I don't get it. And that's the part I can never get by, is just not understanding these weird actions of Daniel and these weird actions of Malaya. But amongst that all, I don't believe that the truth is being told with knowledge of Jack and Lily. Well, that would be great if they'd answer that for sure. So every day I struggle trying to understand that. And that the answer is probably like right in your face. And it's only when you hear probably maybe the answer that you'll go, oh, okay. Maybe something happened accidentally to the kids, or they are not sure. Well, that's just it, Vesica, right? So let's just say that the children, let's just say that they got into drugs, right? And that the children died accidentally. Or let's say that there was an argument and it got out of hand, meaning Durwood perpetuated that when he was talking about it, to be honest with you. Hi, Leon. So why would, if that's the case and something happened, right, and they both knew, but why then would Daniel go on the attack of Malaya's side? Is that like a warning? Like, Malaya, you better shut the fuck up or I'm going to make you go down, type of thing as well. But then why would Malaya put out information about Daniel doing meth and that when she was getting induced, whatever, with Meadow and stuff like that, And Malaya willingly, we don't know if Malaya did drugs or didn't do drugs. We don't know the answer to that, to be honest with you. So that's what I'm saying. So is it a hold that Daniel has over Malaya for her shutting? Okay. Because Malaya is not telling a different story to her family than what you guys saw in that interview. Maybe a few things, but other than that, her story is the same one that you guys heard on her interview. And you guys have heard as well on other channels and stuff like that, that some of the family doesn't believe her. Some of the family does, and other of the family doesn't. Actually, it was Drunk Turkey that actually said that when I was on his live. And So, so it doesn't make sense, and here Daniel is like, what? Like, is he making Malia, trying to make her jealous? Well, Darren said he had told Kent or whatever at some point a few months back or something like that, or about a month or so ago, that Daniel was talking with a female, right? And maybe that's the same probably female that he's in a relationship with. Again, we don't know what to believe when it comes to Daniel. Bye, Susanna. Yeah. Malaya did call 911 ASAP. Yeah, and called her mother and her grandmother, a person who is deceiving. Don't do that. A scared person does. Malaya did call 911 ASAP and called her mother and her grandmother, a person who is deceiving. Don't do that. A scared person does. I'm not sure, honestly, what you mean on that one, because I would call 911 first. Right? Well, depends, really, right? If I thought that the children were, like I said, I'd go to Janie's camper, see if they were in there, call 911. Then I start calling my family and saying that my fucking children are missing, right? That's what I would do. And tell them to come help and stuff like that, because I'd be in such panic mode. Like, I would be such a fucking basket case if this even happened to me remotely at all. This is 2 children, not just 1, but even 2, So trying to understand this web is a brain ache, is what it is. Because if it doesn't make sense, then again, it's because it's nonsense. And that means that truth isn't being told. Because if the truth is being told, we would have a really good idea of the actual timeline. We would have truly people wanting to invest into others helping, with Jack and Lily. They wouldn't be talking about a stupid stapler and hanging up posters and all that stuff, or popping into chats all the time, to perpetuate themselves and their innocence and all that stuff. Like, worry about Jack and Lily over yourself, right? I mean, people are going to say things either good or bad regardless. But it's just, all we're seeing is justifications of whenever he's speaking. And whenever Janie was talking, same thing. All she cared about was, like, she's like, her and Daniel have the same personalities, man. But anyway, okay. But I struggle with this every night, trying to understand, okay, if Daniel had something to do with it, Amalea, why are these actions so weird? Like, why are these 2 people, one pointing the finger here, the other one, saying that Daniel, like Malaya saying that Daniel's acting suspicious and stuff like that. But if you're working together and you have knowledge, why would you kind of cast on each other like that? So anyways, I'm going to play some more and then I'll read some of your comments here.
Before this, right? So it was kind of new to them. It was kind of new to Lily and Jack as well, especially with the new baby coming in too. So it was a little bit different for everybody.
And so, yeah, your other children, they weren't there that night, correct?
No, they weren't. They were there the weekend prior.
So relative to where Jack and Lily's bedroom is to where you guys sleep, how close is that? Is that?
Yeah, it's actually the next bedroom. It's actually the next bedroom over.
And you guys mentioned that you guys could hear them throughout the morning. Is that correct?
Yes, I actually did hear. I know when it says in the documents that we heard them in the next room over, like in their bedroom. I didn't hear them in their bedroom. I heard when Lily would pop in. I heard Jack in the kitchen.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I heard him rustling around in the kitchen, right? But then when me and Malaya made our way out to the kitchen, there was nothing moved. The chairs were still perfectly in place. There was no chairs pulled up against the counter for them to, they usually would jump up and take food if they wanted, because kids always do that, right? They would go into the fridge. They would go into the other pantry and grab food if they wanted. Like, they had unlimited food if they wanted to grab it.
Okay, so this huge area here, I have a huge problem with myself. Again, we start with the fact of in different things. We know that Malaya said that she woke up and said, "Are the children? Do you hear the children?" Now, Daniel, I think it's on here is when he says it. He makes it sound like, oddly enough, it was like Malaya within seconds basically just woke up. Do you hear the kids? Right. So again, he's pushing the narrative of that Malaya woke up and instantly said that, right? As if this was planned. So he's pushing this stuff out there, right? And then you have him saying that he did. Now, that he's the one that said, "Do you hear the kids?" Later on, then he, of course, he takes it back and says, "You know what? I think I was wrong. I think it was Malaya that said that." Okay. Now, Malaya, so this, like I said, this whole part just bugs me. Malaya said that Daniel was asleep the entire time, right? Up until, "Do you hear the kids?" That he was asleep the entire time. We know in the polygraph interview, Daniel says he wasn't in a deep sleep. No point does that, like when Daniel's talking and whatever, are we hearing about the fact that, well, he has talked about Lily popping her head in and out of the room. Okay, that time frame would have had to have been the 8 to 8:30 time frame, right? But again, it never gets talked about. It just always gets overlooked. Daniel never answers to it. Daniel from Drunk Turkey Show never asked him about that, you know? But maybe that's just because Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show, he believes that they're cleared. And that part means nothing to him, maybe. But to me, I think of that totally differently. Again, I could understand if Malaya's interview was odd and they lied because they didn't want to make it seem like they were sleeping longer than what they actually were, because 2 children are missing and they're the ones responsible. So it would sound pretty bad. And I'm sure CPS would have a lot to say about that. It would look pretty bad if they put out to the news that time frame was longer. But the thing is that it was on the dispatch audio about twice they used the 8 o'clock time frame because that's why they said that children could have walked 6 point whatever kilometers or whatever the heck it was, right? And so it's kind of like, again, it's confirmed on the audio. So the 8 o'clock had to have been said by them, right? It had to be said by Malaya or Daniel, because Malaya texted Belinda, and that's why Belinda put out that post about when the children first disappeared, that they were in their bedroom. She heard them between 8 to 8:30, right? And then we heard Daniel kind of change, like Lily came in the room, like a few times, and it was 2 times, and it was, type of thing and all that stuff. And then we hear about this freaking latch or something like that on the door as well. We never heard Malaya say outwardly that she had seen the children, but she did tell Lana, according to Belinda, she did tell Lana that she saw Lily once. This whole area is such a muddled, absolute fucking mess is what it is. Because so Daniel says that it wasn't like he was in a deep sleep. Malaya says he was sleeping the entire time. At no point, unless it's in the redacted part, but it's not like Malaya was going, like saying that Daniel, saw the Lily come in, blah 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 blah, at this time. Her words were that he was sleeping the entire time, right? Like that's exactly what she said. That Daniel was asleep the entire time, right? Until basically 9:40. Well, obviously not, because Daniel obviously is saying that I saw Lily peek her head in the door. But then again, that we'd have to believe that the story is actually true, right? And something didn't happen to the children on the Thursday night into Friday morning, right? It's if we're following their timeline type of idea. So again, I could see it if, I could see something more bigger happening if there was this huge gap more so in their disappearance. But because they're using 9:40 as the basis. So in an article, Daniel will say that it was only a few minutes before. So from 8:30 to 9:40 is only a few minutes before you know, didn't hear anything. So that part needs to be cleared up. Like, absolutely. Make it make sense. And so then we get to the 9:40 part, and Daniel, again, thinking that what he's saying is that it's not like he was in a deep sleep. So how could Janie hear the kids outside and Daniel, Daniel, who's not in a deep sleep, or Malaya, maybe she's in a deeper sleep, but Daniel's one that admitted to saying that he wasn't in a deep sleep. Malaya's placing him as sleeping into that time. So knowing that their windows are pretty much similar distances from that swing set, right? And so Janie's saying that she heard the kids out there, but she didn't see them, but she heard them. So how could Daniel, who's not in a deep sleep, two kids go out? Daniel says that they need both hands to kind of close the door, and the door was closed, and that he wouldn't have heard the kids out. Like, kids are not quiet, especially playing on a swing set, right? Laughing, according to Janie. So you're telling me that Daniel, who's not in a deep sleep, did not hear these kids out back playing? So I could have thought more about a stranger abduction. Obviously, if the RCMP said that there's nothing to show that, if there was this longer gap of time and they admitted, or at least they just came out and cleared that part up and just admitted that they weren't paying attention to the kids for more like an hour or so, right? So how is it that Janie can hear all this, but Daniel and Malaya can't? And so they've put this time frame after 9 o'clock. When, like I said, the whole thing with Daniel talking about Malaya being on the phone, even when he's talking about it in here again, right? Then all of a sudden it becomes Malaya was on the phone calling 911. And then the other time it was he's saying Malaya asked him if he should call 911. And his answer was his answer to Shemaine was, well, two kids are missing. Two kids are missing. What the fuck would you do? Right. And then the other time he says, there's just so many different versions of this particular spot. And then the other time he says he goes up in the woods. And then when he came back, Malaya was on the phone. Right. And then his mom, according to Daniel, his mom tells him that Malaya was playing on the phone. But I thought she was, I guess she's holding Meadow and playing on the phone, and that that Janie didn't believe her and stuff like that. And then in this 20-minute time frame that we're supposed to believe from them is a vehicle came up and Malaya handed them off, apparently, into a vehicle with, I suppose, Haley? Because that's what Darren was perpetuating as well. And stuff like that Haley has the children. And then Derwood says that he knows who was driving the truck and he needs to talk to some badass people to get some information and blah, 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 blah. Right? They've put Malaya at the beginning of the driveway, blah, blah, blah. But again, so this whole nightmare of this time frame from when they woke up or they were lying in bed with Meadow to Janie saying that she's seen Malaya, you can't make sense of all this bullshit unless they literally speak the absolute truth, because that's not truthful. We don't ever hear about 8 to 8:30 at all, besides from the scanner and besides Malaya saying it. They never talk about that time frame. Why is that? So again, I could have seen more distance by the kids, if something like that were to happen and there was more time frame. But instead, Daniel even said to me at one point that he believed that someone came in the trailer and took the kids. And hence why this jacket of Jack's was hanging up and is now missing and stuff like that. So how do you make sense of all this bullshit? Because you can't. So how are we supposed to believe any of it? Because you're so inconsistent in your timeline and your stories, and you want us to believe that Malaya's side of the family planted a blanket and then roam off with the kids and stuff like that. And Malaya says things like, I'm sure it's just more than Cody, and then says that Cody took them. Like, look into that type of thing. That Cody, their dad that hasn't seen them in 3 years, is gonna, what, Malaya, I'm coming into their lives now. You know what? Gonna take them for you, hold them for ransom. But again, there is nothing to back up this so-called bullshit BS that the children are hiding anywhere. I mean, Daniel wants to boast about this 4-question polygraph test that him and Malaya each passed. Cindy's was truthful. Wade's was truthful. So how again did, so now that Cindy passed, Daniel, now you want Haley to have a polygraph and others, but specifically Haley? So again, you're pushing an agenda. And I believe that the agenda is being pushed to cover up the real truth of what happened to Jack and Lily. Daniel says that the police said that the blanket was planted. Let's believe him on that one, right? You guys agree? I agree that the blanket was absolutely planted. And in my opinion, I believe it was planted by Daniel or someone in that family. Daniel, or Janie, I don't know. But I believe that blanket was absolutely planted in that tree. And then we hear about the hole. You know what? Honestly, fuck you in that hole. You probably put the freaking asshole. And the RCMP would have never have tested that garbage bag for evidence, because they wouldn't even have thought of that probably at the time, to see whose mucky hand actually put the hole or fist in that garbage bag. But I bet you any money that you probably put the hole in that garbage bag to make it seem like somebody went in there. Like, I think this is just all an illusion. Okay, we'll listen to some more.
And, they would go in the fridge, take yogurt cups and eat them, or cereal or whatever. So.
Oh.
But nothing was moved, Daniel. Nothing was moved.
Okay.
Now.
And this whole spot here, this whole talking about no chairs were moved and no yogurt cups were out, and these kids had access to all this food. Yeah, you mean the food that Patty bought for you guys? That food, you mean? But anyways, I digress on that. But anyways, okay. So again, didn't hear any of this shit. Maybe, is it in the redacted stuff on those documents? Because we never heard you say any of this crap before. You only said that recently. Again, you got time to think. You got time to make up and spin a web of lies when you got time to think about it. Just think of how many things that Daniel's been inserting of things that he never said before. And again, I'm just talking about, if I feel like somebody is lying and 2 children are missing, to me, that's because there's something to hide. And he's portraying this, nothing was touched. Again, Malaya, can you just hand over the children, please, Malaya? Paging Malaya, could you just come up on this live and tell us the truth? That would be great. But you know what I'm saying? Everything he's doing is perpetuating about Malaya. Oh, don't forget, you guys, Malaya left all of her laundry at Patty's house. And Darren said that Malaya had other plans. But yet, months later, Daniel puts out a message that says he has all Malaya's clothes. That was not at the start of the case, people. That was only probably 2 months ago that he said all that. So again, Daniel, you literally have, I got your message through your text where you say that you have all of Malaya's clothes. But this is what I'm talking about. I feel like someone is spinning an absolute web. But why? Why? Why are the actions of Daniel and Malaya like weird in themselves? To understand why, if these two people are involved, why are they have weird actions towards each other? Remember, Malaya goes home and she wipes out Daniel's pictures off of her Facebook, right? And that says a lot right there. I think that says a ton, to be honest with you. I think that, maybe does the meth use play into Jack and Lily? Possibly. Don't know. Was there an argument? I mean, Malaya leaves. Literally leaves. Now, so you kind of ask yourself, Malaya, so yes, there's an argument that's going on, but we all know that Malaya was trying to get out of that relationship, right? So all of a sudden, Jack and Lily are missing, and she uses that. Just, her mom's there. Now, don't forget, guys, remember we heard about, wasn't it Daniel telling Malaya's mom to shut the fuck up or something like that? Didn't he something about pushing her or something? Like, yeah, where did that come from again? I remember it. Either someone said that, like, meaning whether it was Daniel, who was that? It was somebody that said that. It would have been somebody that was there that repeated that. But anyways, so Malaya leaves and, of course, takes down her Facebook account, right? So all of that are signs of somebody that's like, I don't fucking want to be around you, in the midst of 2 children missing, right? So those are somewhat signs to me that Malaya would be assisting with the RCMP, right? When I'm going through my thought process. Because Malaya goes home, takes down her Facebook, and a couple days later adds a few friends, and she deletes all of Daniel's pictures. That's a get the fuck out of my life type of movement right there from a female, right? That's women. We're freaking, when we're pissed at you, the walls come crumbling down right away. But 2 children are missing, and she decides to go take down all the pictures, right? Only a couple days in, and then pops back up, puts her account online, all Daniel's pictures are gone. So to me, okay, and this is just hypothetically, so to me that would show signs that Malaya knows that Daniel, perhaps that something happened to her children, and that so what would make sense? Malaya's actions, what would make sense if she is indeed helping RCMP? So Daniel makes me sick too, to be honest with you. A whole different shade of green on there. I've always tried, I truly have. I've always tried to look for the sincerity of Daniel Martell. Always trying to just look for some sort of genuineness. But that was very short-lived on his actions. And even to this day, even in this interview, I'm just trying to listen to him, listen for genuineness, being authentic and stuff like that. And as much as I want to always try to believe what he's saying, I just can't. I can't. It's because my gut knows when something is not right. And his actions are not right. you know? So those are my kind of thoughts about the whole family involvement aspect of it, and Malaya's actions and why they would make sense more that she was shutting up and that a blood source gets updates, you know? And Daniel, he's all pissed off and everything, so he's like, "Yeah, I'm blaming you, Malaya. I'm making it look like you fucking got the kids hidden when it's really, to me, that Daniel possibly had something to do with the children and their deaths, perhaps, right? I mean, you can't not look at that. Just like you cannot not look at if they were in the woods or a random abduction. And then this whole hidden theory or trafficking and stuff like that. But the thing is that their story, they've never put any sort of timeline to it, really. They're just spewing out shit out of their asses. Is what it's like. And that they're trying to sell this bullshit of being hidden, And I see that as a huge deflection. And that goes back to the blanket. It's a huge deflection. And again, I mean, if you look at the relationship, is it really a shocker that Malaya actually left? Really? Knowing that she wanted out of there multiple times and that after something happened to Jack and Lily, whoop, gone. Right? Like the fucking wind, gone. But then her actions after that show that of somebody who fucking wants to disassociate herself from Daniel. So why is that? 2 children are missing. And then you use your Facebook to take down pictures and put up other pictures, of course, of Jack and Lily. Right? Could sound to me like somebody that is letting the police do their job. Maybe Daniel has a hold over Malaya's head somewhere. Who knows? But Daniel's trying to sell us this bullshit about these children being hidden. And I'm sorry, Daniel, but I'm not into that whole BS line of crap that you're trying to spew, right? And Haley has vocally said, even on the decibel, right? And I've talked to Haley about this, but I'm not going to get into that. I will say that I have asked her if I could ask her some questions, and that she could respond to me in voice clips, to questions, right? Because I think that there's some answers out there that I would definitely like to hear. Do I personally believe that Haley is genuine in her fight for Jack and Lily? I absolutely do. I absolutely do. I don't believe at all that Haley has these children. I don't believe it. I can't get into everything, but I'll just say that no. Haley does not have these children with her. She has her own child. Why would she ever put herself at risk, to plant a blanket to help Malaya hide these children when there's no need of all of that? There's no need. There's no need. Haley would probably say, you know what, Malaya, if you're struggling, here, I'll take the children. I'll help you out type of thing, right? Not here. Let me help you out with this master plan to hide these children. From what? From what? From nothing. From nothing. Maybe Malaya was having a hard time with Jack and Lily and, didn't have a big invested interest in her children so much anymore, through depression, perhaps. But if you look at Malaya's side and her actions, it does seem more likely that she is possibly helping RCMP. If we were to look at her actions, if we don't think she is, then none of her actions make sense at all. But I too, like Belinda, believe that when Malaya left that home, she knew that the children weren't coming back. But yet, she keeps saying in those messages when she messaged me is that she just wants her children back home and safe. But I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. I'm buying the fact that both these people know exactly what went on. So it's confusing. That's why I'm confused. Because Malaya leaves, and that would be the signs of someone that knows her children are not coming back. But yet she's putting out to the choir. Good night, Carla. But she's putting out to the choir about wanting her children to be, hope and bring them back safely. Yeah. No. Makes sense of that. I don't know.
They're being loud-ish. You mean loud enough for you guys to hear them?
Yeah.
Your other daughter, Meadow, she was there though, right?
Yeah, she was actually laying beside me with Malaya.
Did you guys ever, or did Malaya ever tell the kids to be quiet? Were they were waking up Meadow at any point with their noise?
In that morning, no. But when Lily poked in, I did go, shh. Like when, she would come in the room, because she always woke up Meadow. Same with Jack, but I mean, that's what kids do too, right?
Yeah. And so, some folks are saying that, they may have walked out the back sliding glass door. That seems like the only logical explanation for them to have exited the house. You had something on the front door, correct?
Yeah, on the front porch, where there's the front porch door, and then there's the inner door on the front. And I know for 100% they did not go out through that door. So, because when I went and got the keys and tried to come back into the house, couldn't get into the front door, right? I had to go around from the back. And then I went out through the front door.
Gotcha.
So that's how I know they did not exit through the front. They exited out through the back sliding glass door.
Now, I've read in the documents that Malaya said something to the effect that the kids didn't always close the door behind them when they went outside. It kind of made it seem like there was times that they did. Is that accurate, or was that something that when they went outside?
The percentage that they would actually close the door behind them, it's very minimal.
But they have done it in the past, though, correct?
It's usually, Daniel, even I don't close the door all the way sometimes.
Oh, okay. And so it was all the way shut.
Yeah, it was all the way shut. Fully all the way shut.
That is weird.
So, and and some of the investigators, when they were here, they came all the way down to the bedroom, sat on the bed, and we had a dead quiet. And they tried to open up the door. Well, I think it was Mom who went out there and opened and just closed the door, and you couldn't hear it from inside the bedroom, sitting on the bed with the bedroom door shut.
Yeah.
So,
is the door heavy?
It is heavy, but when the kids got their hands on it, they would have to put both hands on it, and they could slide it closed.
Okay.
So it is possible for them to close it. They just need to, work at closing it.
Now, so you wake up because there's been some time that you guys haven't heard the kids anymore, correct?
I woke up when Malaya woke me up. I'm pretty sure it was her who woke me up, because we both kind of like woke up at the same time. Mm-hmm. And I remember her saying, as it says in the documents, she said, "I don't hear them." But the craziest thing was when I woke up, it was in the first 5 seconds that she said, "I don't hear them." Okay. And usually you would have to wait a couple seconds, you know what I mean? Or like 30 seconds or something like that, because it could be in the fridge, because that's usually everything goes quiet when they're, grabbing food or doing something, right?
Yeah. And so she wakes you up. Would you have noticed?
Well, I think she woke me up, right? We kind of woke up at the same time, but I really don't know.
Would you have noticed if she got out of bed?
No, I would have been sleeping. I didn't even know she called the kids in absent until I got the email on my phone.
Well, you woke up when Lily popped her head in, right? So you were.
Yes, I did, because there's a lock on the door, right? Yeah. And I heard like the lock rattle.
So do you think, though, that in the time that Lily popped her head in, and that woke you up, it alerted you a little bit, and the time that you fully woke up, do you think you would have been able to have would you be at the?
Okay, sorry. I know a lot of people were like, "What the fuck? Like a lock and a rattle? What?" I want to play that part again. Sorry, my husband had just come in as well to say that he was going to go to the store. So let me just want to play that piece again. Right here. Let me just go back about here. 1 sec.
Or doing something, right?
Yeah. And so she wakes you up. Would you have noticed?
Well, I think she woke me up, right? We kind of woke up at the same time, but I really don't know.
Would you have noticed if she got out of bed?
No, I would have been sleeping. I didn't even know she called the kids in absent until I got the email on my phone.
Well, you woke up when Lily popped her head in, right? So you were.
Yes, I did, because there's a lock on the door, right? Yeah. And I heard like the lock rattle.
So do you think, though, that In the time that Lily popped her head in, and if that woke you up, it alerted you a little bit. And the time that you fully woke up,
Like, what's up with? Yeah, it could have been. It's a trailer, an old trailer. But why would you feel the need to lock the door? I mean, Meadow's in the room, so it's not like they're probably having monkey business. Malia and Daniel don't say. Yeah. Oh, and then the way he portrays, well, could Malia, have gotten out of bed? Well, anything's possible. Anything's possible. Okay, hold on a second. I want to listen to a little bit more. What kind of lock and rattles? Just, I mean, weird that you would lock the door. So wait, that doesn't make sense. Shannon. Because usually a lock is not on the front side of a door. It's going to be on the back side of the door. So it's like he's saying that she went to go open the door and you kind of hear like a lock and a rattle. So maybe it was one of those little hook things. There's never a lock on the outside of the door. Maybe DT can clear that one up with Daniel as well. Right? Because when do you ever put a lock on the outside of the door that the kids can open it up? Like, it's not like a fucking gate. It's a door. So wouldn't you actually physically have to get out of bed for Lily to pop her head in and out if there's a lock and rattle on the door? Doorknob. Oh yeah, doorknob rattle. Okay, right. Could be the door. Yeah, but still. If he's hearing the rattle with the push lock in the middle of it, right? Could very well be. Ultras have those little locky things on the doorknob, but who opened the door? Because that's on the side of the bedroom. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no matter what. Well, someone built the door wrong. It's probably Daniel's next reason. But seriously, even the push knob, right? Still, it's on that side, so someone would have to get up. No, push locks. No. Okay, I got bathroom doors right here with those darn push knobs on it, and it's never on the outside of a door. That would never make sense. Never make sense to have a lock on the outside unless it's, some sort of freaking storage container or something that you put a padlock on. But in a home, no. I'm thinking more it's one of those push button type locks, like when I'm in the bathroom and I just push the knob, right? That's exactly what I do. Push the knob, right? And then my husband will rattle it, but then my husband's smart and he just gives it a little push and it will open up anyway. But yeah, but it's little something like that, like makes you wonder. Things that make you go, right? Anyways, so that would be nice to clear up about that, because how did Lily poke her head in and out if there's the rattling of the lock, right? Because it's not on the outside, people. It's just not. Lily could open the door in then. Well, absolutely. Anyway. Well, again, never know what to believe with this man anyway.
do you think you would have been able to tell? Would you have the ability to tell whether or not Malia got out of bed?
Oh my God.
I don't know. Do you want to say that over again for me so I get the? I was just plugging in my phone, so I didn't hear you correctly.
No problem. So if you already have been woken up, Lily's popping in, so you've already woken up to a certain extent, maybe not fully awakened, but you've woken up to the point where you've acknowledged that the child has come in and out. Do you think in that moment, maybe not earlier, maybe not early in the morning, but from the moment that you were awoken from the time that Lily popped her head in to the time that you were fully awake, do you think that Malia could have gotten out of bed without you noticing?
Never say never.
I think she could have, but you have to remember too, the baby was laying on her arm as well.
Oh,
So, like the baby was sleeping on top of her right arm.
so it's unlikely that she got out of bed.
I mean, it's unlikely, but it is possible. I mean, anything's possible. But I think Meadow may have be woken up when she's actually moved.
Yeah, it could have been a chain lock, but again, the chain lock would have been on the side of Daniel and Malaya, and they would have physically had to get up. Now, again, and you guys think about this yourself, right? 1 second. Hi, Joe. What'd you say, Joe? I think I'm the only one male and 2 person who has done math in here. There are certain effects from math on a man that could have caused an angry incident. Absolutely. Absolutely. We've talked about that. You know that. Absolutely. Okay, now you distracted me now, Joe. What was I gonna say? Oh, right, Malaya, right? Okay. Okay, females, I know from my husband. If I'm not in a deep sleep, I'm gonna know he's getting out of bed. If I'm in a deep sleep, my husband's got out of bed multiple times where I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even hear him get out of bed. But Daniel has already been saying that it's not like I was in a deep sleep, right? Because remember, he's already kind of been woken up once, but according to Malaya, he was sleeping the entire time. But he's already been woken up by Lily there coming in and out. And Daniel on that interview, right? By no means was I in a deep sleep. So again, if I'm not in a deep sleep, I will absolutely know when my husband gets out of bed. If I am in a deep sleep, I won't know because it's happened many times, right? But to me, it's kind of like, you know what? I'm going to push this line, but, she did have metal in her arm, but, it's could have. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. You never know. Can never say never. Right, Daniel? Definitely are. Definitely are. Okay. Now Daniel did make the comment about the fact that it wasn't like it was an issue. That his drug problem wasn't an issue. Well, you know what? From when you were younger, we can see you were doing it. And Alea said for the last 2 years. So I'm pretty sure that there was a drug problem going on, Daniel. And that you're lying about when you last used it. I mean, do you notice that he was always denying so much of the drugs and stuff? And then in the article, we saw stuff about him admitting, but hold on, but he's been saying no. It's all lies. It's all lies. And all of a sudden on DT's kind of like putting him in a corner. So, well, when was the last time you did drugs? And then you can see him lying. You can literally tell he's lying. Okay, but anyway, play some more.
Okay.
Gotcha.
But it is possible, Daniel. I mean, anything's possible. This case is just an absolute circus. So anything's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
So she wakes up. You wake up. What's the first thing that you do?
First thing I do when I wake up is, Malaya's right beside me, and she says, "Do you like hear the kids?" And then I listen for a few seconds. I said, "No, I don't hear them." So first thing I do is when I don't hear them, I get up and I, get dressed, and me and her make our way out to the kitchen. And this thing I still find odd to this day.
Here we go.
Investigators this.
Here we go.
Malaya didn't look in Jack and Lily's room when we walked to the kitchen, right?
Okay.
So I found that odd because we both walked up together up the hallway to the kitchen, and then I poked my head I looked into the living room, didn't see the kids. I ran back to the room, looked underneath their beds and stuff, didn't see them. So then we made our way outside, right? Malaya stood in the kitchen when I was running like a moron through the house looking for the kids, and we made our way outside.
Hold on. Wait a second here. Isn't Daniel tired of being bashed? Right? And these people want to come in here and say, oh, you're bashing on Daniel again. Yeah, absolutely. With a smile on my fucking face doing it too. Okay? Because he's making a joke out of Jack and Lily's case. And yet all day long, there he goes again, bashing Malaya. She was standing in the kitchen like a fucking moron. Right? While I'm running around the home. She didn't go see if the kids were in the room. Okay. Drop the breadcrumb that she didn't go look in the bedroom for the kids. I thought that was kind of odd, he says. Yeah. Right? Just like he says, I think it was kind of odd that within 5 seconds, it's like she popped up going, do you hear kids? Now, I think we all know that the one thing that would probably be true if this was the case is that when you're in bed and you know that your kids are kind of, out playing there, and then you fucking doze back off, right? You go back for a snoozy. And then all of a sudden you panic and wake up and they're like, do you hear the kids? You guys would know doing that. You, like I said, wake up, fall asleep. And then all of a sudden you realize you fell back asleep and where the fuck are the kids? So I could see Malaya doing that, like meaning I could see a normal person in kind of like that instant wake up mode going, oh shit, like how long have I been sleeping for type of thing? Like, where's the kids? So I could see that if that was like reality here. But Daniel, another breadcrumb, more breadcrumbs. The kids, they didn't use any chairs. There was nothing that should show that these children ate, right? Somebody came in the house and took Jackie's coat off the rack. So I believe that one of Malaya's family members, like, someone came in the trailer and was like, come on, Jack, Lily, let's go. Come on. And, and Janie, of course, didn't hear any of that. Of course not, because she doesn't know what's going on the property. Hell yeah, she does. Janie knows when Daniel probably takes a shit. I'm pretty sure you could hear that toilet flush, So keep going, Daniel. Keep going. I'm just going to keep calling you out on your bullshit. And you keep attacking Malaya on every angle. But again, what for? So this is what makes you kind of think more again that perhaps if Malaya and Daniel have, say, knowledge of this, that she's working with the RCMP. And Daniel here, he's just trying to push his narrative on Malaya because he's pissed that Malaya left his ass. Why? Because she didn't want to be with you because you were abusive, but you were manipulative, and she didn't want to be on that property, right? She was tired of your ass. That's the truth of it. I mean, that's why she tried to leave many times. It's just that for whatever reason, she didn't. And she kept, the U-Haul. They had a U-Haul all ready for her and stuff like that, right? But then Daniel would always say something. I get that. Happened to me all the time. Why do you think I was in an 11-year abusive relationship? Hook, line, and sinker each and every time until I got fed up, right? And Malaya, when she left that day, yeah, she was fed up, and it was her reason to get out of there. Now, 2 children are missing still, though, right? So that's what more kind of leads you to believe that perhaps if this is the scenario about why she would be searching or helping with RCMP, right? But maybe they just don't know the whereabouts of Jack and Lily, and they need that. Don't know. Drugs.
Through the fence, and then we're standing right in front of Mom's RV, and she asked me, should I call 911? Right? That's, kind of instinctual. You want to do that, right?
Right.
Because we don't hear them out in the yard. We never seen them in the house. We don't see them in the backyard. I didn't know if Mom was even home or not, right? Because I thought she might have went with my Uncle Ron. Mm-hmm. So she's on the phone with 911. I run up into the woods where the cabins are and look in the cabins, look around the area. Didn't see them. I'm screaming and yelling, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack. And then I make my way down. There's a hill behind Mom's RV. I make my way down, and Malaya's standing there. I'm not sure if she's still on the phone with 911. She might have been on speakerphone. It looks like she was messaging, but she might have been on speakerphone with the the dispatch. And so I say, I'm jumping in the car. So I ran inside. I tried to go into the front door. Door's locked. Ran through the back door, the back sliding door, got into the house, grabbed the keys off the end table because there was 2 sets of keys, right? And I didn't take my phone. Well, I don't remember taking my phone because there's no service.
See how detailed he is about this day? but he can't remember shit about timing the night before. See, I don't buy that crap, people. Okay? See him all detailed now that his memory 5 months later can literally put all this together because you got 5 months to do so. But I'm sorry, Daniel from the Drunk Turkey Show. I'm kind of unclear about Thursday. Was it dark? Was it not dark? I think Malaya was sleeping. The kids, they both said the kids went to bed like between 7 and I think 8 and something like that. Or I think maybe Daniel said 7 and 9, or I can't remember now, 7 or 8, 7 and 9. Each of them said type of thing. And all of a sudden it's like 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. That's like an hour difference, but Daniel, he's not saying anything about the fact Malaya woke up, right? Maybe that's in the redacted part of that whole thing. Because there's a lot, you guys, right? We only got a little crumlet from those documents. And there's a lot there that would have been said on both parties. Daniel saying about Malaya had something to do with it. But again, do you honestly believe, okay? Do you honestly believe that they're going to waste their darn finances flying in 2 dogs from Vancouver here and do ground searches because they believe the children are hidden? And why would a dog handler say to Daniel, as Daniel's big mouth said, basically, fess up, Daniel. We know 2 children just don't disappear, right? Doesn't make sense. So if it doesn't make sense because it's not true, they don't believe that the children are hidden somewhere because they wouldn't be bringing in cadaver dogs, or we call them, I guess, human scent dog or remains dogs, whatever, cadaver dogs, same thing. Yeah. They wouldn't be doing that. Yeah. And I do it with a smile on my face, right, Joe? Because you know what? When you mess with children, that's like that movie, Don't Fuck with Cats. Well, don't fuck with children. The minute you start messing with the children's cases, again, and you're trying to make a mockery out of it and sell your BS, I have an issue with that personally. And I'm going to call out any person I think is full of shit. Doesn't matter if it's Daniel or not. Any person that's full of shit, I will call you out. Because honestly, again, this is 2 children. We're talking about 2 children. Imagine, just imagine like, Belinda, and Chelsea watching Belinda as well, and watching Daniel, and watching these actions of wanting answers for Jack and Lily. And these people have to keep watching this man keep spinning this web of BS of that Malaya and her family have the children hidden somewhere. Imagine that. And on top of that, you got Dickwood, and that Daniel's thinking a lot the same thing, obviously, like meaning, but Darren is his like puppet that he uses in a sense to kind of say what's going on, that the kids are on a reserve somewhere being protected by the chief and all that BS. Okay, come on, guys. Right? Again, let's think about this logically. You honestly think that Daniel and Dickwood there are going to outsmart the RCMP and everybody else, and that nobody would have come forward, nobody would have claimed the reward, nobody at all? It doesn't happen, right? It doesn't really happen that way. And they wouldn't bring in cadaver dogs. So let's get our thinking caps on here, right? And think about that logically. But imagine, again, being the family members that really want answers for Jack and Lily. I'm watching this little gopher sit there and go, beep, beep, let's go to this. Let me go explain myself again. Let me go justify my actions. One of my favorite posts that Daniel did was when he was speaking to Charmaine, and he says, I'll read it later, but I ran through water and I almost died 2 times, but the whole world, I almost impaled myself with a stick, but the whole world will not know that I did that for Jack and Lily. You don't think it's odd that a stepfather is working this hard, as he sees it, for 2 children that don't even belong to him, that, seem to have been more of an inconvenience to that property than anything? Lily's scream, and stuff like that. And then I'm sorry. I don't believe Janie's tears one little bit either over Jack and Lily. I think her tears, maybe for the fact that she can't see her other grandbabies that are actually Daniel's, because Daniel still can't see those babies. Why? Daniel, you don't need to answer me. If you could just go through DT and answer him, and then you can just get him to put that out for you. That would be amazing on that. Also, if they were allegedly hypothetically alive, would have authorities even reintroduce them to this area? Exactly. Their story. Absolutely. They ain't going to be searching the property if they think that the children are alive somewhere. It is a heartbreaking part, Shannon, to sit there and know that the family members that actually really want the truth about Jack and Lily, that these people are heartbroken and have to keep watching this nightmare transpire. I don't know. See, because there's some things that I know that leads me to believe that Malaya's not helping the RCMP. And so when I have that certain knowledge in my head from other things that I've been told, it just makes it hard to believe that Malaya is helping the RCMP. So I get torn on that as well. Because if you look at it from one angle, it could seem likely. If this is the case, by the way, if this is a case, if they ever find them underneath a mushroom cup in the middle of the forest, Kent Corbett, what are you doing here, young man? Shouldn't you be eating fish and chips or something delicious like that? So I get a little bit perplexed about that. And again, I can't wrap my brain around it. Why can't I wrap my brain around it? Just like anybody else. Because if it doesn't make sense, it's nonsense. Anyway. All right. Hey, Kent, shouldn't you be in bed right now?
It's up there anyway, not like I can use it. So I left my phone on the end table. I'm pretty sure I left it on the end table.
Okay.
Investigators would know that for 100%. So grab the keys, ran up to the Nissan Pathfinder, and that's when I started to search the dirt roads and the culverts, right? So I went up Lansdowne Road, and I already told investigators this, but that blank.
What were you guys doing before this? Was anybody doing a live you were watching? Was Charmaine doing a live? Sonny, we have keychains. I know you have keychains. You know how I know you have keychains? Because I got my 2 keychains. Ding, 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 ding. But you're saving those for something, aren't you? Those keychains. Charmaine just wants her darn bracelets. Anyways, we got some lurkers, Charmaine and Kent. I think that they were watching somebody else, and then they're like, let's go bug Sunny's live. Yeah. No. See, I left him a note, said, sorry, but I'm doing a solo. No offense. Yeah, exactly. What does that have to do with your bracelets? Absolutely. And I'm going to reiterate this now that Kent's in the house. Charmaine, not so much, but Kent. You guys, since meeting Kent, I want to say this, is that Kent, although he might not always tell me and Charmaine everything, right, Kent? Kent is a really good man. He has done so much for Jack and Lily's case. And people keep trying to tear him down, right? And he's, you know what? I mean, he can't be asked like I can't be asked either. But the fact that people keep trying to do this to Kent, the comment that was made in DT's chat, other comments that people are trying to put out there, it's so ridiculous. Again, Why is it that the good people that really truly have hearts of gold are the ones that are constantly under attack? Because people can't believe that people can just be genuine and sincere and have integrity, you know? So a big shout out. I mean, you did nothing. That's the problem. So a big shout out to Kent for everything that he has done to Jack and Lily. We have spoken to that man for since this case, right? 5 months. Okay. We have the most authentic conversations in our mine and Charmaine and Kent's chat, right? It's always about talking about the case and stuff like that, you know, telling each other maybe information we have, what's going on and stuff like that, you know. But it's just really sad to see when a good person who literally just started following the case because of Jack and Lily, and obviously this channel, right, was one of the ones obviously that was out there because the case was already having coverage, but this case is from Canada, right? So more people are probably going to be prone to wanting to watch Canadians talk about it as well. But to watch how Kent has done so much and to watch people keep trying to tear him down again, you know, please don't buy into that, you guys. Please don't buy into anything that's being said and told about Kent out there. It's just BS and it's just a crock of shit. Charmaine, she's just a troll. I don't even know how security. Someone from the DT's channel, can you come in here, please? Can you please come over here and time out Charmaine? I feel like she's just being a little bit. I feel like this comment was on the attacking side. I mean, someone could think of it like dessert and delicious, but I however feel like this is like another troll that just has to sit there and attack me. I mean, eat me. Come on, Charmaine. You know I'd bite you. Now I wouldn't just eat you, I'd bite you too. So, on that one. Charmaine, Sunny said it. Yeah. Okay. Just trying to do. Yeah, pot. Just trying to do. Yeah, there's Kent. Kent's. Okay. If you guys didn't know this, Kent, a little bit drunk on milk sometimes. Okay. Just saying. But anyway, okay. Shh. You guys are distracting me for Pete's sakes. You guys are like Daniel being in the chat. Comes in to try to distract. Let's go. Go away. Shoo, trolls. I've already said my piece. Shoo. Charmaine, go watch Janie's clips. Or hey, Micmac. Oh, there you go, Kent. You got a question to answer.
It was not there in that tree.
Which direction were you
That
heading?
would be when I'm coming out the end of the driveway and I'm going right toward Lansdowne Road, over the tracks and then hanging a hard right.
So you were coming the direction that would have been visible to you, and you didn't see it.
Yeah, I'd be going. Right at the end of the driveway. I take a right. I'm going up the road.
Across the railroad tracks and then right up at the dirt road.
Yeah, that's Lansdowne Road where the blank was found.
All right. So when you're running around and as you're going outside and you're looking, that gate outside, is it always open? Was it unlocked? Was it locked?
Sometimes it's open.
Was it open that morning?
I do not remember that. I don't remember I don't remember.
Okay. And so you come
It's
around.
not hard. It's not hard to open up gates anyway. They're just slide. Like I always forget to close. My mom always reminds me, but they're just a slide and bolt lock, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing hard about those locks at all.
Well, maybe not, but I'm just kind of curious because if you can unlock it and open it, but if you're on the other side of the fence and you're small, can you reclose it?
Yeah, you can. All you do is just pull the fence close to you and then close it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And so it may not be a clue there. So you're out there searching in the woods. How long before law enforcement arrived?
I was told 12 minutes.
Okay.
But then when I looked at the documentation and asked questions and dug further, it was 22 minutes, I do believe.
And were you at the house when they arrived?
I was actually when they were arriving, I was actually coming back to the house in the car, and I couldn't park in the driveway because RCMP just stopped in the yard, right?
Okay.
Because they were just starting to walk down and talk to Malaya. So what I did is I parked the white Nissan Pathfinder, because that's the car Malaya owns, the 2017 Nissan white Pathfinder, and I parked over on the right hand side of the marsh. Going toward Lansdowne Road. There's a marsh that's right beside the house there. Probably can pull that up on the map. There's a little driveway that's right beside it. It's about 100 feet from the house.
Okay. Around here?
Yeah, that's actually the marsh. And there's a little driveway right on the left-hand side right there. Yep. That's where I parked in the white Nissan Pathfinder.
Okay.
And then when I jumped out of the car, the RCMP yelled at me from in the yard, right? Because they could see me clearly.
Yeah.
And they said, Daniel, don't go back into the woods. So at that point, I didn't go back into the woods. I walked over to the house and I went down and I was talking to my mother because the RCMP just, officers just swarmed Malaya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they asked you to stay there. They asked her to stay there. Did they look into your Pathfinder or the Pathfinder? Did they search it
No, they didn't at all. No,
at any point?
not that I know of.
Now, was this the vehicle that went with Malaya? Like, I think it was towed later.
Yeah, it was actually towed by Commander of Operations. The guy's name is Josh. And he was actually pretty pissed about where they left it. They left it right at the bottom of Lansdowne Road when they left.
Interesting. And so,
yeah. So he was pretty pissed about it. What he said is that goddamn fucking vehicle's always in the way of the search vehicles, right? So he's like, I had it towed out of here. It was White River Towing or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't happy about where it was left because they use that road quite a bit.
And you don't, I mean, when it was towed, were you still in communication with Malaya?
No.
Okay.
And my wallet was left in the car when it was towed. And then when I got my wallet back, everything was taken out except for my actual important stuff, like my driver's license, my bank card, my health card. All that stuff was still in there, but all the other stuff was taken.
That kind of made me laugh when I heard that part about the wallet. No. I like Charmaine best. Like what they said that for that person that made that message yesterday, I think it was. I like it best when Charmaine talks behind my back. I kind of find that cute and sexy all at the same time, to be honest with you. She knows that I'd bitch slap her in a second. She'd probably bitch slap me back, but I'd bitch slap her. Oh, see, you know what? Almost like Daniel, just full of lies, Charmaine. Full of it. Just full of lies. I think I like Kent better than you, just saying. Okay. But yeah, so the wallet. Oh, and the email that I had was asking for documents. Is that the one you're talking about? That person that said, Sonny, you got mail. Is that the one? Because that's all I saw was that. Oh, wait. There's another mail here as well. Oh, that's a long read. I'll have to read that one in bed. Oh, hold on. Oh, no. Okay, so CB, just so you know, that picture that you sent me, that's just like a zoomed up picture of a ribbon. That's not the blanket. That was just a zoomed up picture of the ribbon. I can see that in my email right now, by the way. So let's see. I'll take a better look at it. I'll take a better look at that. Yeah, I'll have to take a better look at that because there's different markings on it and stuff like that. I don't know where you saw that in that one picture. Like, because I mean, there was a reporter there, so I'll take it now. Let me take back the ribbon comment, and I'll take a better look at that picture later. Okay. Check all the screenshots, Sonny. Of what, that picture? That same thing with me. Charmaine, you're a bitch. But I love you. Kent, you're an asshole, but I love you. They bring out the best in me, just know that. Yeah. I can show you. Let me see here. I don't know where you saw that in that interview, though, because I never saw this at all. So, one second here. Oh, it's because I said that you became a new member now, right? Just kidding. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, so, geez, I hate to veer off of this, but I'm not exactly we're at 3 hours and I barely fucking did a dent in this freaking live. Go, Sonny, go. But you know what? Still, I still feel if I go another hour, they're still shorter than Charmaine's lives, to be honest with you. Yeah. But for the sake of it, Let me grab both pictures. Scrolling. So let's take a looky. Let me just bring downloads. Come on. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Okay. No. So, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, hold on a second. I got to do something else. You know what? Talk amongst yourselves for a second here. 1 second here. Yeah, talk amongst yourselves for a second there. You guys talk with Charmaine and Kent and chat for a minute, okay? Okay, give me a second. So you guys talking? Charmaine, Kent, you guys keeping everybody company? Okay. Okay, I can solve this mystery right now, to be honest with you. But you still need to give me another second. Okay, so It's not actually a mystery to this. It's a ribbon. So I'll play the part of the video. Where did it go? Loading player instant, taking a second. Why is it? Oh, it's freaking playing. 1 second. It's playing F. Come on. I'm just watching it, Jack and Lily. Just waiting for a stupid commercial. Okay. So I'll show you the picture that was sent after this. Why does it do that? I have to make it smaller in order for to turn the sound up. Okay. So at the 37 mark, we're going to see exactly that it's a ribbon. But when it's screenshotted, it was looking like it could be similar to the blanket, but it's not the blanket. It's a ribbon. So I'll make this really big. 37-second mark. You're going to see what is a ribbon on the tree.
Father Daniel Martell today. Officers spoke with the family and it appeared they were searching around.
See that? Ribbon. But when it's taken as a picture,
property,
it can look like a blanket and it had different coloring. So you can see that that's not the blanket at all. That is just one of the pink ribbons like what's on this stick as well.
They were searching around.
See? Ribbon.
The
that's a ribbon.
And near.
So do you guys agree that that is a ribbon? Okay, so now, 1 second. Now, if I stop screen and share for 1 second, Windows, Chrome, Canva. No. Where's my, okay. Okay. So when it's taken as a picture, right? You can see why someone at that point starts thinking it's a blanket, but that's because it's a still, but yet you saw the ribbon moving. So the blanket picture was given to me by Haley. Okay. Again, right? It was to show me the exact blanket. I was talking about the blanket with her, right? And I showed her a picture and she's like, no, that's not the blanket. When I showed her the other image that looks like, remember the pink, hot pink ribbons, right? And then she had sent me the picture. Why? Because she took a picture of the blanket to show me. So do you honestly think that Haley is literally going to actually, the blanket that she planted supposedly by Daniel, that she's going to send me and be like, here, Sonny, here's a picture of the blanket. You know, at no point did Haley say that, you know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to indict myself here. I'm the one that planted this. Here's a picture. No, it's ridiculous, right? So that's why this whole thing with Haley to me, again, you know, when you are talking with someone and, again, you either believe in what they say or you don't, in a sense. So why would Mastermind Haley put her fist through a garbage thing to find this blanket that she didn't know about, send me a picture of the blanket if she put it there? Why would she do that? Hi, Drippy. Okay. Now, and don't forget, you guys, well, Daniel says it's a plasma lighter for that circuit board thing. Haley never said it was part of a cell phone. Haley had no clue what it was at all. But even though I didn't say that she gave that picture to me from the bathroom, Hidden in the Fog said, Haley, but I don't think it was rocket science. There's no way you could show that picture and not know that it didn't come from the Malaya Brooks Murray side family, obviously. People that were there at the search and stuff like that. And like Haley said, this hole in the bag, first time she's hearing about it. Again, Daniel Martell, right? You want Haley to take a polygraph? You know, you want to ask her why she sent me the blanket that she planted, perhaps? You know, it's ridiculous, okay? You know, Haley's fights for Jack and Lily as well. I'll say that. Absolutely. And I don't believe for 1 second, Tinkerbell, that Haley puts her kids in a closet and locks it while she goes out. Maybe someone that doesn't like Haley or something. But in speaking with Haley, her life is about her son. And that's her priority. And she always reminds me of that whenever I'm talking to her, to be honest with you. I will say that. Again, I didn't fall off of a turnip truck. And whenever you can just tell that her son is the light of her life, right? So it's one of those things. I mean, to think that Haley puts her son in a closet and hides him while she goes out drinking. No, I don't. I believe people do crazy shit in their life, but that's a hard sell for me, for sure. Okay, where did share screen? Gotta go back here. Okay, so CB, do you agree now that that's the ribbon? Don't ask Tinkerbell. Ask Tinkerbell who said that, Shirley. But CB, are we good now about their whole ribbon versus blanket thing? You know, again, right? We don't want misinformation. So if I put out any misinformation, I'll gladly retract on it, because the whole thing is that we want all the knowledge to be as accurate as possible, even if the accurate coming out of the mouths of, I don't know, let's use Daniel as an example, shall we? Yeah. I just want CB to say, yes, Sonny, I became a member because I knew how right you were. That's what I want. Mariana, you at the start of this live? Because if you talk about the picture of this one, then absolutely. You know, I only wish I can paint, but I cannot do people. Yeah, that is a great job of Jack and Lily. You know, very, very beautiful job. And I think, I don't want to get it, but I'm pretty sure that it was, I think it was Sue, her daughter or something, that drew these. If I'm wrong, I'll take it back. But it's just a great picture. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go back to the bullshitter. Okay. Now, Daniel, don't hear you guys. I don't want you guys to be fooled. Daniel loves it when I talk about him like this, right? It even it forces him to want to even sell me his crap even more. I feel like that's his goal. Like, you know what? If I can sell Sonny on it, you know, my life is good. So he likes it when I talk like this about him. Don't worry about it. Not going to happen. And the low fuzzy blanket is the real one. Near. Oh, you sound like Kent now. Near. Na. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, Carol, that if you put your hand on a piece of paper with a pen, I feel like you could draw that. Yeah, I could draw stick people. Okay, now, again, if people can't handle my verbiage on Daniel Martell, you can leave the room now, please, because I can handle it, and I got a smile on my face, and I know Daniel, he's sitting back there without a care in the world going, Sonny, stop. You know I love it when you pick on me, okay? That's the reality right there. Okay.
Interesting. And did the investigators ever tell you that they didn't search it?
No, they didn't.
Okay, so there's a possibility that they searched it and just you're just not aware of it.
Talking about the vehicle.
That is true. That could be true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they can't tell me everything. So
Right, and it is her vehicle, so I'm not sure if they would come out
can't
and
tell
say,
me
"Hey, we
everything."
searched her vehicle to you."
Hold on.
yeah. Well, I mean, they tell me lots of things, but
Okay. So they can't tell you, Daniel, if they're searching the vehicle, Malaya's vehicle or whatever. But wait a second. Hi, Steffi Poo. But they're gonna tell you where they're searching while they're there in Nova Scotia with the dogs, and they're gonna tell you all that. Come on, Daniel. Stop. Stop with the lies and bullshit.
it's just some things they don't.
Well, I'll ask you this: did they search your other vehicles on the property?
I'm not totally sure for the first couple of days. Like I wasn't at the house, but I imagine they did.
Well, I would imagine that they would have. That would have been a
Yeah.
big oversight to not do that. And I'm not assumption. It's just an assumption that the reason you don't know about it obviously is because, well, Malaya and you weren't talking. So at this point, you arrive. You know, officers are talking to Malaya. How long before the search team gets there?
The search team was actually fairly quickly. They actually had the command center and everything set up pretty fast. They had a lot of different, I don't know what you would call them, search teams or
Okay, I just want to say at this part that we're on right now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but didn't Daniel just say, like prior to this before, that that he doesn't, he wasn't there when the search team set up because he was still out looking for Lily and Jack for like an hour, checking all the culverts, with his other phone, the one that he didn't leave on the end table, probably one of the two of the what do you want to call those? The burner phones or whatever. But didn't he say that he wasn't there when the command center was set up because he was out searching? And now it's like he's giving a detailed explanation of it. Am I wrong? Because red flag. Because I remember him saying that. Yeah, I want to be nosy. Just pick your nose if you want. What picture are you guys talking about, by the way?
dispatchments of different units. There's 23 different search organizations or search teams in Nova Scotia from each area. They have a total of 23.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if all 23 made it here, but there was some from the South Shore. I mean, a lot from all over Nova Scotia. And they had the Nova Scotia Guard called in. And the first helicopter arrived on scene within the first hour and a half, which was, I do believe I was told that's a record for making the first helicopter to a search.
That is pretty impressive. An hour and a half.
I'll show it
And the
again.
dogs-
But they had drones out. They had drones out much quicker than that. They had drones up within the first 30 to 40 minutes, I think.
Oh wow! And
Yeah,
how long before the dogs got there?
The dogs came much later. They were there.
Drippy, I'll show you it later. Now, don't forget, people. Okay, let's not forget. Daniel would want us to say this on this live, that he was running faster than the drones and the helicopters. That he was ahead of them. I know that he knows that we would want you guys all to remember that, along with almost being impaled. Okay, because the whole world should know that he almost died 2 times looking for Jack and Lily. Yeah. The main part of the picture, by the way, is this right here, right? But apparently it's been debunked that it was because it's bigger than what it looks. It's smaller. And I want to know if it was part of a cell phone piece that was out of there. And this isn't a baggie, by the way. I guess it can look like that. That's just a piece of like a piece of metal part that was taken off, like a battery or something like that. And that be true. I knew that wasn't a baggie. I mean, what would the chances of a big baggie of fucking mess sitting beside a phone be? Eh? But anyways, so that's the one. Over to the left, there was some keys that belonged to something, but whatever, right? It had to do with the fact of that noise when Haley and her family had gone into the bathroom, because all this noise was happening with Daniel in the bathroom, and they're like, what the fuck is he doing in there, right? And so it was like this piece was on the heater. Now, is this place used for meth, or is that just dirt and dust? Well, apparently, Malaya woke up in the middle of the night, according to Malaya, and Daniel was doing his meth in the bathroom. But it's probably one of those, take a shit, do your meth, freaking take apart vape juice pens, stuff like that. It's probably like an all-in-one use kind of bathroom is what I feel, to be honest with you on that one. Oops.
A lot of the resources are coming from northeastern
My bad.
Meter Cribs, which is the Truro area, like
Understood.
45 minutes to an hour away.
So it did take him some time to get out.
Yeah, but we had the best search dogs in the province at the house. They belong to Halifax Search and Rescue.
Good deal. And
Yeah.
so you weren't allowed to go into the woods. Where were you?
Don't you guys kind of feel like Daniel swallowed a whole cup of, Google searching and knowing exactly how many 23 different units? It's almost like, looking up how do I pass a polygraph test. But it's kind of like, like someone just swallowed a whole book of knowledge about the whole situation, And it reminds me of he wants to know what they know. He wants to know everything.
You at during this time?
I was actually back by Mom's RV talking to her, and we were wondering why we couldn't go back into the woods. And then a number of minutes passed. I'd say about 10 to 15 minutes passed, and a guy in military gear, it said Oliver on the back of his on his shirt or vest or whatever you want to refer to it as, or uniform, we'll call it.
Yeah.
He actually said, Daniel, you can go back into the woods. And I actually believe he was later on. He was a canine handler, but I don't know if the dog was there yet at that point.
Understood.
Because I remember seeing him with a canine unit, I'm pretty sure, later on in the search.
And so you were allowed to go back in the woods?
Yeah. So and then I immediately jumped the fence and I was right back into the woods, and I did all the streams that were up behind the house that lead into that little marsh that's actually to the left of the house, which you showed.
Now, I don't know how true this is. I've heard rumors of this, that at some point you heard a scream and you thought it sounded like the kids. When was
that was later on. That would have been, it was still on that same stream path when I was walking up through the woods. Okay. I thought I heard a scream, but you have to remember, I had a helicopter right above me. There was drones. There was already people searching at this point. So I don't know if it was actually a child scream or not, but it did sound like a scream, but it could have been somebody yelling for the kids, right?
That's possible too. Yes, 100%.
But it was so hard to tell because the way the helicopter was going, it was going slow and doing. I was like, I almost swear I could feel like the rotor wash that was coming down off of the wind, because sometimes they would go pretty low because the vegetation was pretty dense, because a lot of it's not hardwood, so there's no leaves, right? It's evergreen, so you have trees that are full of needles, so it's much more hard to get a good view from a helicopter through that stuff.
Yeah, no, I can imagine it being very difficult. At any point that first day, did they question you guys at all as far as maybe perhaps?
Yeah, I actually sat in my mother's vehicle, and Commander of Operations came down from the command center, and me and him sat in there, and we went over some of the stuff we're going over right now. Did you know the kids are going to be home from school that day? Would you have kept the kids home from school that day? What happened in the morning? Did you see the kids that morning? This is a lot of the similar questions you're asking me now.
Yeah, I can imagine so. And that happened that first day. So nighttime comes in. Around what time does the search stop on the first day?
The search doesn't stop on the first day. They go right through the night.
Interesting. And when are you notified about a blanket?
If we're referring to the blanket that was up in the tree, or just the blanket in general.
Well, let's rewind then. So there's been a lot of confusion that you had denied that the blanket in the tree was Lily's that ended up being Lily's. Was there another blanket that was found out there?
There is actually another blanket. There's a full pink blanket. I was shown a picture of it, splayed out on the ground. Officer Karen Mason showed me that. She was involved in quite a bit of the, just back and forth stuff between the command center and me and Malaya and Mom, and some of the people.
Okay, hold on a second here. Wanna stop screen. I'll show you that. There's a bigger picture too as well. Drippy. 1 second. Well, I'll show you this first. Okay, so that was the blanket. Now, all right, the blanket. Okay. Hey, where did this piece go? What happened to that file? Let me refresh. Where did that file go? Oh, there it is. Now it's back. Okay, 1 second. Make myself smaller. Okay. Let's just. I just want to share this screenshot quickly here. Oh, I got too many screenshots going on. Okay. Hey. Plainclothes major crime officer spoke to him in the early afternoon to better understand the timeline of the missing children. He told the Globe about an hour later, another officer arrived to show him photos of items, including a pink blanket found in the woods. None belonged to the children. None belonged to the children. Okay. Now, this is one of those things, is that, he said that that none belong to the children. Now, if I actually believe Daniel, because he's talking about this other pink blanket, but I can't help but think about what Darren said. And Darren said, yeah, that's, somebody went into the trailer and took like 5 items or something, a water bottle and blah, 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 blah. Who knows what we don't know what the fuck Darren's talking about half the time anyway, right? What's truth and what's not. Now, this would make sense, but because of all the other bullshit, that's why I don't really believe this. But this could make sense if you want to look at it from the perspective that he's referring to this other pink blanket that he says was found as well, because it says another officer arrived to show him photos of items, including a pink blanket found in the woods. None belong. But Malaya said that I don't know why he would lie about that, right? When we were talking about the pink blanket. And then obviously in this one, it just says Martell confirmed it was a piece of Lily's blanket. Either the news is really stupid and can't get their facts straight, which I probably believe that there are inconsistencies for sure in news articles. But because of the whole planting of the blanket, and Daniel using that as his main thing one of the main things to talk about, how do I believe that this is that other pink blanket, that was found along with the other items? Because he did say that items, including a couple shirts, were missing, right? And then he said that those were, remember in what's his face? Oh my God, Dolly Vision. When Daniel started talking about randomly 2 sweaters and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 second. Take that back down. But anyways, so, again, with Daniel, you don't know what the truth is at all. So, again, from maybe a fair standpoint, maybe this other pink blanket. But again, Daniel says so much shit, you don't even know which part of it is coming out of his mouth or his ass, to be honest with you. So stop screen. I mean, the whole blanket thing that he keeps talking about is so sus. The way he's talking about a hole. Like I said, he's never talked about it before. All of a sudden, it's coming out. You guys don't think that that's kind of sus? Absolutely.
Involved. And just trying to relay information, keep us up to date and stuff like that.
And this pink blanket that they found, was it something that they found close to the house? Or?
I'm not sure the location where it was found. There was a pink blanket. There was a water bottle. There was a children's T-shirt. And there may have been a sock or socks too, showing me as well. But none of them belong to Lily's, right? I mean, none of them were Lily's. None of them were Jack's.
Do you know if all those items were found at the same place, or were they found throughout?
I'm not sure where they were found. I was just told that, are any of these items Lily and Jack's? We found them during the search.
Were they photographed together?
No, they were not photographed. They were photographed individually.
Okay, so most likely then they were not found together.
Yeah.
And around what time was this blanket, the full one that didn't belong to them? When was that one found?
That was found. It would have been during the daytime. So because I remember I was actually standing on the front deck when she brought her phone up to show me. So that would have been sometime during the day. So I'm saying between noon and 4 p.m. probably.
So at 4 is when they found the pink blanket that was Lily's. That was a portion of the blanket, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure on the exact time on that either. it would have to be after 4 because the school bus goes up there around 4 o'clock.
Gotcha. And
Because that school bus, it goes up and it actually goes up.
In this particular case, I mean, what was said in that article, like, is matching what he's saying about that, if we want to take it that way. Because in that article, it's talking about the pink blanket that was shown to him, more so like in the afternoon, early afternoon. So at that point, he could have been shown that blanket, and that's why he said it. No, it's not Lily's blanket, because and the other blanket of Lily's, that is Lily's, was at 3:45. So again, take it with whatever you want. Bottom line is that this whole hole in the bag, this hole that Haley planted it, and yet Haley gave me the darn picture of this planted blanket that she obviously wanted to give me just so that I'd realize that she planted it. It doesn't make sense at all. You know? So again, so this could be true about that pink blanket part, right? So, you know, I could think about that one and go, but what I can't get over is the rest of the stuff that he's talking about, and about the hole now, and about the fact that Malaya's family planted it and stuff like that. You know, what a twisted case. Seriously. What a wickedly twisted case. If only Daniel could have said a lot of this shit at the start, not 5 months later. That would have been great. Right? But he couldn't do that, could he? He's too smart for us. Smarter than the RCMP.
In terms of my Uncle Ron's house, which is about 500 feet past where the blanket was found.
Gotcha.
So, and the bus usually goes up there, and the bus usually makes its way up there around, I don't know, 3:55, between 3:55 and like 4 o'clock.
And this bus has cameras, correct?
Yeah, the buses do have cameras. When they looked at the footage from the outside of the buses, the blanket was not there.
Interesting. And it went both directions, correct? It went.
Yeah, they go both directions. They have multiple buses.
And it was not seen at 3:55, 4 o'clock when the bus passed.
No, they said they did not see it on any camera footage from the buses. So
that is how far is the search command from where the blanket was found?
From the piece of Lily's blanket that was found in the tree, the actual command center itself.
Yeah.
It is okay. When you look at Lansdowne Station Road on the map. I'll just wait for you here to set that up, and then we can take a look.
Yeah,
I'll give you the exact location.
So here is, do you see it?
Yeah. So that is, Lansdowne Station Road. As soon as you're going up Lansdowne Station Road, you go across a little bridge.
It's this direction?
Lansdowne Station.
Oh, this direction. Okay.
Yeah. So Lansdowne Station Road, there you go over a little tiny bridge.
Okay.
I don't know.
Have I gone too far?
Yeah. It goes right on Lansdowne Station Road. There's a little bridge when you're going down, and then you see, when you're seeing right around that turn there, that's where it is. You just headed on it. Right past that little dirt road there, that little gravel pit dirt road. Yep.
Why? I'm just curious, but why would they make command so far south of where you guys live? Did they say anything about that by any chance?
I'm not sure the actual reasoning for making it there. I know it's a road they had a long stretch going down that hill, going to the command center, so everyone could park their cars, because there was hundreds of cars there, Daniel.
Now,
search vehicles, they had to move in, RCMP SUVs and everything, right?
So how long after law enforcement arrived at 1027 did the command post get set up? Was that like the first thing that happened?
I'm not sure. I was actually in the woods for a lot of that, Daniel. So I don't have like a clear time that was set up. Clear time that I could say the setup began or was completed.
So around what?
But that's what I'm talking about. Because didn't earlier, when he was asked about the command center, and he said about 30, 40 minutes after and blah, blah, blah. And that's what I was saying. But he was like, well, I wasn't around. But yet earlier in this live, he's talking about the command center being set up. And yeah, they did it really fast in 30 to 40 minutes and shit like that. And blah, 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 blah. And okay, so we know. So as for the blanket, right? The blanket, Haley said, was on Lansdowne Station Road. Now, Janie corrected her and said, no, it's not on Lansdowne Station Road. It's on Lansdowne Road, right? And the blanket was about a mile, right, from the site. 1 second. Okay, let me just get my bearings here. Okay, so gotta turn it a little bit so I can at least have my brain understand this. Okay, so search and rescue was right here on Lansdowne Station Road. Okay, now Janie said no, the blanket was on Lansdowne Road, which is, see, like this one right here, Lansdowne Road, not Lansdowne Station Road. Okay, and it was about 500, he said, about 500 feet from his uncle's, or that's his dad's home. So I think this home, this is his dad's home. I think this is Ron's home right here, his uncle. It looks like there's another road here. Maybe this is Ron's home. He said 500 feet. Anyways, so it's not a mile, it's about 3/4 of a mile. So that's why Janie corrected her, because she said, because Lansdowne Station Road is on this side. Now, so you have to remember too that Haley, it's not like she had, seen Malay in a couple of years, really, right? So I can see her getting mixed up because Lansdowne Road goes the other way, and this is Lansdowne Station Road, and this is Lansdowne Road. I know when Haley was telling me about this, they were both on the left-hand side, she said, and she said that the boot prints were up higher than where the blanket was, which is 1 second. Gotta go back to my Google Maps there, which they were found wherever that pipe, I guess the pipeline is up here, eh? Right. So the pipeline, this is a pipeline, I believe, guys, right here. Right. So maybe he didn't want to say his dad's, but these two homes here should be Earl Martell and Ron. Anyways, that's by Earl's. Well, it's right near Ron's as well. I don't know why he wouldn't say his dad's home, but if so, that's his dad's, home here. And then I think Ron's is this one here. I don't think Ron's is this one because he said past, right? Unless we're confused and this is Earl's here and this is Ron's. I don't think so though, but whatever. Let's just say maybe if this one might be Earl's at the end, perhaps, and Ron's is this house instead. Maybe that's the reason why he said 500 feet past. Maybe we just got that confused. And that's really Ron's home there instead of Earl's. Time is it? 9:10.
what time were you notified, and how were you notified about the pink blanket that belonged to Lily?
The pink blanket that belonged to Lily, actually wasn't notified at all about that. I was actually told there was a piece of a pink blanket that was found up the road in a tree. And I said, piece of a pink blanket. Like, and I put two and two together. I ran out to the garbage bin, and I seen that there was a hole ripped in the bag. And clearly there was somebody who went into the garbage or something went on with the garbage for a piece of that to be ripped out. Because usually when you look in the garbage bin, Daniel, and you see a garbage bag, usually it doesn't have a hand-sized hole ripped in the side of it.
That's interesting. Now, the pink blanket, when they
Oh, you mean security dog? Right there for Malaya? I mean, at the end of the day, I guess she could, but it's not really her children, but she could be, but it's not her kids. It's Malaya's and Daniel's and the families, you know? She never saw Cheryl either. And Cheryl already had said that as well to me, but she also said it on Hidden in the Fogs Live about that. Daniel had said that Malaya had blocked Haley, Cheryl, and some other person from her phone and shit like that. You know, maybe not Sebastian Rogers, not yet. Sometimes remains are not found. Absolutely, Travis. We don't know what happened to Sebastian Rogers either. It's another, weird case like this one with the parents and the stepfather. Just weird, right? But just because it's suspicious doesn't make it true that they had anything to do with it. But it's just the actions. And that's what I find with this case as well. It's the actions that are making it really look sus, and it could be that absolutely, Malaya and Daniel, or Daniel had nothing to do with it, perhaps, type of idea, or Malaya, who knows? I mean, but it's the actions that are bugging me in regards to a case of two missing children, right? It would be nice if the truth was being said from the start and stuff like that. And I know that, to us to get more private details is, more of a luxury. It's a want more than a need, in this particular case. But if you're going to come out talking about the two missing children, you should probably keep your story consistent just a little bit, right? Instead of changing it up so much. And I asked Cheryl that knows Christine and the birthday party where Lily was screaming. Cheryl was there and she said she was there and she said she hadn't seen MB in 2 years. Right.
When they told you about it, did they show you a picture?
The piece of the blanket? No.
No. Okay,
No.
so they just told you they found a piece, and you went to the garbage bin. And
Yeah.
where in the garbage bin
Instinctively.
was the bag that had the other part of the blanket? Was it towards the
Okay,
top, in the middle,
there
the
was
bottom?
these were like large industrial sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see I keep wanting to say a hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it, and pulled something
that had the other part of the blanket. Was it towards
okay,
the top, in the middle,
there
the
was
bottom?
these were like large industrial sized garbage bags, right?
Okay.
And Mom would always yell at me, don't put so much garbage in one bag, because I would always make the bags like really heavy, right?
Okay.
And so I had the blanket was in a garbage bag, but there was another garbage bag that was inside, right? So it was like double bagged.
Interesting.
And you could see I keep wanting to say a hole that was ripped in the side from a hand that went down inside of it, and pulled something out. But it looked to be like somebody put their hand in there and ripped it out. But the bag, the blanket was still at the bottom of the bag, right? It wasn't pulled all the way out. It wasn't anything like that. So
was the trash bag in the bottom of the can or on top of like all the other trash?
It was the garbage bag, that one big garbage bag. That was like a 60-pound garbage bag. And that was the only bag that was in there.
Oh,
Was-
okay. So there wasn't
that
any
one?
other trash on top.
No,
of it.
there was nothing else on piled on top of it or underneath it.
So if somebody opened the bin, that's the first thing that they would see.
Yeah, they would be able to see the pink blackened in there. Yeah.
Okay. And so it seems like in the documents that it alludes that they showed you guys a picture and that you guys confirmed it. Was that, if you didn't see a picture, do you know if Malaya did?
I'm not sure if she did or not. I have no idea because I actually wasn't present at the house very much during the search because I was just out in the woods searching, man.
Understood.
Like
And so-
I poured my heart and soul into just searching as hard as I could.
I can imagine. And you're out there searching. Did you find out that night, or was it the next day about the boot prints?
I actually
Only 3 people knew about the blanket. Malaya, Daniel, and Janie knew about the blanket. So, again, right? So, at what point did somebody go into the garbage can, stick their fists through the garbage bags, the double bagged ones, by the way, reach down to the bottom of this? I'm still trying to understand that if this piece was ripped off, how it ended up in the same garbage as from when they put it on the door. Because obviously that would be 2 different times. And it's, we don't know exactly. Like, I wish you would have asked Daniel how long that pink blanket was on the door before it was taken down. Because again, Daniel ripped off that piece, right? Now, it's just, again, it's just when you put it all together still, right? Daniel keeps thinking that Malaya's side is planting it against him. Why? What? Out of all of this, there's still the question that they don't answer. That Daniel, Durwood, Dickwood, whatever, they don't answer. Why would family plant a blanket? And Daniel says that the investigator said that the blanket was planted. Now, why would they need to plant a blanket to blame Daniel as they're hiding the children and make it seem like Daniel did something when, like, why? That doesn't make sense at all, first and foremost, right? So the only person that keeps pushing all this planted and the family is Daniel, of course. But at what point would somebody feel the need that, you know what, because like I said, don't forget, Daniel says Malaya has nothing. I know Malaya has nothing. I have nothing to do with it. I know Malaya doesn't have anything to do with it. And I said, like, that part is just a crock of shit because he contradicts himself on that all day long. But there's no purpose. Okay, like an accident. If an accident did happen to the children, okay, you try to cover it up. You're panicked. You don't know what the fuck to do. You know that you're gonna go down and spend time in fucking jail and shit like that, prison, whatever. If an accident happened, so that at least has some logicalness to it that an accident could have happened to these children. Could be happen that there was an argument that happened. I still think, I don't know. I always get torn on that. I still think more drugs, if anything. Oh, 1 second. My husband's here. Come in, husband. Oh my God, my husband brought me the most amazing dinner. I got here. Let me just 1 sec. It's chicken, mini potatoes, veggies, and we ran out of sour cream, I guess. So it's mayonnaise. Yum, yum, yum. Yes, good husband. Good husband. So again, there's no sense out of why Malaya's family would need to do all of that. And then on top of that, why blame Daniel? Right? If she wanted to take the children out, She could have easily, right? So Darren said that Patty said that Patty offered for Malay to come stay there, but Malay said that she had other plans. But Daniel also said in that same breath that Malaya, right, on the interview, Malaya has nothing to do with it at all. You know, like, why is he dissing Malaya, and then by the same token, in the same breath, trying to protect Malaya, right? That's weird that he keeps doing that. There has to be a reason why he keeps constantly putting her down and then sitting there trying to take that back. Is it the narcissist in him? You know, the BS? But it doesn't make sense about that at all. Like, it doesn't make sense. And they've gave no explanation about how that exactly transpired. Again, but it's just a narrative that keeps getting pushed. Why? Because the real truth is opposite of this, right? Okay.
We found out, I think it was the next day. And then when I asked investigators when the boot print was found, they told me they weren't sure on the exact time it was found, but they thought it was found during the middle of the night.
Okay. And I know, and I made a mistake, guys, and I want to premise this. This was my mistake. I had indicated that this image here was a representation of what they had seen with the bare feet and the footprints. I went back and read my conversation with Daniel, so I just wanted to clarify it. What he said was that this picture, he had problems with it because he couldn't understand why a third person came, but this wasn't something that was shown to him by investigators. Kind of clarify, where did this image come from?
That image originally came from Maritime Happenings. Mom actually received it from Malaya. So Malaya sent it to my mother, and then Mom and my brother came home on the ATV from where they were searching, to talk to Malaya, see what this photo was about. But it was actually Maritime Happening, which originally posted it, and that came from one of the searchers, I guess.
Understood. So it wasn't something that you saw from the investigators or from the search.
No, it wasn't anything like that.
Did they ever tell you that there was 3 prints?
I don't actually remember that, but that picture always just bugged me. And then even if they did tell me there was 3 prints, like, that doesn't make sense to me, Daniel.
Yeah.
I mean, when 2 kids are missing, they don't gain a follower to go missing with.
Right. And here, just to kind of show everybody, this is where the image came from. This is Malaya Brooks, and this was at 10:16 in the morning on May 3rd from Malaya to your mom. Your mom sent me this photo so that we could see that this is where that message came from. Now, the location of the boot prints, it's near the pipeline, kind of somewhat in the direction of the pink blanket. If we I wanted to show you this and get your opinion on this. So the blanket was found here. There's a road that leads back up. Now, I kind of just did a line here, but if you follow this road and you just follow this little path here, it gets you on the pipeline. I mean, sure enough, you're right in the middle between that road that they mentioned. Have you gone down this area yourself throughout any point?
No, I haven't. I haven't done any of that area at that point.
At any point? What about now? Like, since they found the boot print and stuff like
No.
that, have you ever gone out here? Okay.
No.
Now,
I thought that's a lot of that area was just searched with the human remains dogs. So all that was just done.
Wait,
the other weird thing about this, though, is
I gotta replay that.
this is the dirt road, correct?
What did you say there?
Uh,
I gotta replay that for a second. I gotta replay that. Did I hit play? Apparently I didn't. Come on. Why the heck is it not?
Prints.
I don't actually remember that, but that picture always just bugged me. And then even if they did tell me there was 3 prints, like, that doesn't make sense to me, Daniel.
Yeah.
I mean, when 2 kids are missing, they don't gain a follower to go missing with.
Right. And here, just to kind of show everybody, this is where the image came from. This is Malaya Brooks, and this was at 10:16 in the morning on May 3rd from Malaya to your mom. Your mom sent me this photo so that we could see that this is where that message came from. Now, the location of the boot prints, it's near the pipeline, kind of somewhat in the direction of the pink blanket. If we I wanted to show you this and get your opinion on this. So the blanket was found here. There's a road that leads back up. Now, I kind of just did a line here, but if you follow this road and you just follow this little path here, it gets you on the pipeline. I mean, sure enough, you're right in the middle between that road that they mentioned.
Mhm.
Have you gone down this area yourself throughout any point?
No, I haven't. I haven't done any of that area at that point.
At any point? What about now? Like since they found the boot print and stuff like that?
No.
Have you ever gone out here? Okay.
No.
Now,
I thought that's a lot of that area was just searched with the human remains dogs, though. All that was just done.
the other weird thing about this though is this is a dirt road, correct?
Where the piece of the blanket was found?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually called the Gordon Summit Road. That actually used to be an actual road that was used quite a bit, but now over the years it was just used for, they used it for logging. There's cutovers up there and stuff like that.
They didn't find any footprints around here, right? Where the blanket
No,
was?
not that I'm aware of, and that's all fresh gravel.
Yeah, that's
I
the
mean,
weird thing.
that's all fresh gravel. That whole Lansdowne Road was totally redone. It's all fresh gravel. You would see any footprints that were put on there at that time.
So the second day comes, they tell you about the prints on the about the boot prints.
Mhm.
What do you think about those boot prints? Who do you think they belong to?
I couldn't tell you. There's a lot of kids in the area. That's what I kind of think where they came from. But to find only one boot print, the kids would have had to walk up that hill, and there's a ton of mud there, Daniel. I mean, the incline of that hill and that terrain is not easy for children. Just to walk up from the road to that pipeline would have probably taken over an hour. And by that time, the helicopters would have seen them if they were in the woods.
My only problem with that is if there's mud there and it's muddy, if somebody went out there and planted them, where are their footprints?
That is correct too.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the main portion of the mud is actually on the actual four-wheeler trail that's on the pipeline. All the rest of the pipeline, for 90% of it, it's all just moss and just, grass or a marshy type grass. But still, if you're walking along that, your footprints would have left indentations in the grass.
Yeah, I would have thought so. I mean, especially if it's an adult, that's going out there that's heavier than these kids.
Yeah.
You would assume that they would have left some indentions as well. Now, this says here that a police dog handler located a set of footprints. Do you know if that's true? Like, how did they come across the footprints, in your opinion?
I actually heard the footprints were actually found in the middle of the night, and they actually had an untrained bloodhound up in that area. I'm not sure if that's what they're referring to by police dog handler or not, because there were so many dogs out there.
Yeah, I can imagine. And so when is the first?
But they did tell me they exhausted that whole area. They sent so many searchers in. They sent the dogs in. They exhausted that area for multiple days.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people might say, "Oh, well, this is going to your uncle's house. Maybe you planted them." I find it weird. I don't understand why somebody would plant evidence that's leading to the direction of a.
I've never actually seen the actual location of the footprint in real life.
Yeah.
So I told investigators this, and I've never seen the actual blanket hanging in the tree. I've never seen that.
Gotcha.
So
when is the next day comes? Searchers are out there. How long are searchers in the area searching for Jack and Lily?
For the first initial search, I think it was like 6 or 7 days. I'd have to relook at all, or look at all the actual how many days they were here for, but it was 6 or 7 for the first initial search, and then they came back the next weekend and they did that search as well. And that doesn't include when the dive teams came in. I talked with those guys after they were done finishing Lansdowne Lake and some of the ponds and the streams, and they assured me that there was no evidence that the kids were near any water.
Interesting. And your property, I know it was recently searched with the cadaver dogs.
Yep.
How many times has it been searched by the search team and the dogs, whether it was the first time they were out there or second, third? How many times?
The amount of times the property was searched was, I can't even put a number on it, Daniel, because it was constantly new people coming in and walking through the property. Like for the whole time, there was just new people coming in. I mean, there's the amount of ribbons I see around, it's in the thousands in Lansdowne.
Gotcha. And so they're coming in, they're searching the property. How long before you're brought into a police station?
I was brought in. I don't remember what day I was brought in because all the days mashed together. But I was brought in by 2 investigators that were originally on the case.
Okay.
And I haven't seen those guys in a while now. We'll say that.
Yeah.
But those 2 original guys took me in, and we went into the Stellarton detachment, which is in Pictou County, not the major crimes headquarters that's in Bible Hill. But I sat in a room with them, and they bought me some food and some coffee, which we know why that was for, right? Collect DNA.
Yeah.
And they never had to ask me for any of that. I was willing to give them everything.
Right.
But yeah, we ran over the timeline.
Okay. I think that's all I'm going to show of this for tonight, because there was a lot of it that just, a lot of it at the start was bugging me on this one, but I also am getting tired. But before I do go, and by the way, my God, that dinner was too big. Husband always plates too much. But I wanted to show this. I know that's the lives, it's creeping up to Charmaine's lives time, to be honest with you. But I do want to show boom, 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 this. Because I want you to remember some of this, that Daniel, how he speaks and what he says. So this was in a private group chat, and I've shown this once before. Here, let me just take myself off the screen. And if you can read it, you can read it, but that's because I'm gonna get it here. Okay, so this was when the Wade video came out. And Kent said that they're discussing the video now on Justin's Clutch Them Pearls. Okay, this is to do with, remember, Wade's video. Daniel said, of course, it's all bullshit. Daniel said, Cindy is a major player in this case. Wait and see. Well, she passed her polygraph too, Daniel. So I guess we'll still keep waiting. Daniel said, Cindy wears the pants in that relationship. Wade never worked. I'm just trying to remind you guys of this personality that we're speaking about. Wade never worked, doesn't want to because he never paid child support. Cindy cheats on him, LOL. Christine says, so she's a family member from the more distant side. Cindy used to write love letters to a guy in prison that murdered and while having a boyfriend. So sad. Cindy forced Malaya on antidepressant meds at 15. Cindy never raised her kids. Patty did. Malaya raised Hayden because she couldn't. Cindy has a CPS record. Daniel says, want more? Haley says, more BS? Daniel says, I got lots. Then Krista says, then how did Cindy get custody of Meadow with a CPS record? And then Daniel says, it's kind of cut off, but still got the same thing, right? Oops. Okay. Daniel says, want some on you, Haley? They made a mistake. I'm already screenshotted as it is, so I'll shut up. That one doesn't matter. More research is needed to determine the facts, Daniel says. In this interview, CBC doesn't want. All right. Okay. Cheryl. At Daniel, did Darren or you find out why they didn't show his interview or if they still plan to? Daniel's answer was more research is needed to determine the facts. I just got to make sure I'm not muted. Okay. I don't want to pull a Charmaine like she did the other night. Make sure I check. And more research is needed to determine the facts in this interview. CBS doesn't want to harm the investigation in any way. Or they just think you guys are a bunch of a fucking joke, sitting there spewing off that whole hidden shit. Haley, I will not speak on you for now, but if anything comes up from you or Cindy, I will. Malaya, on the other hand, I won't bash anymore. That's a lie. I can bash her in the interview right here. She's a moron. While you were running around like a moron, she was just standing there doing nothing. Don't do it, Haley. Right? What you trying to shut up there, Daniel? Why are you trying to bully people? This is the pleasant attitude of Daniel. And then Haley says, LOL, you don't even know me to speak about me. And honestly, it doesn't bother me. We are here for Jack and Lily, not what you have on me. Daniel, you're right. I agree, Haley. I will keep my mouth shut. Tell Cindy and Wade that. Bonnie says, I can't listen to this shit. Shame on you, Daniel. Absolutely. Like, he's literally saying this shit in a freaking, even though it's a private group chat. Like, dude, really? This is about Jack and Lily, and all you're doing is like, Haley, you better shut up before I give dish on you. Oh, by the way, Cindy was cheating on her boyfriend with some guy in prison that murdered somebody. Oh, by the way, do you want more? Do you want more? Probably all shit. Maybe a little Malaya told him, but who knows? Christine says, we have enough hate and bashing from outsiders who don't know the family. Haley replied, but you're out speaking for the whole internet. They were speaking to someone with no idea that they were recorded. So why should they shut up? You can do something, but others can't? Question mark. Not shame on my lies. What? Not shame on me. Okay, not shame on me, comma. Lies are destroying this case. It's hard to determine the facts from lies. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll agree. And then Haley says, your own lies, though. And then that's when Lana says, I know people's emotions are getting high. Daniel says, my lies. Come on, Haley. I agreed to keep my mouth shut. Haley says, your inconsistency in your story, then however you want to say it. You know, so that's obviously the nice Daniel Martell. And then we'll go from some famous quotes from Daniel, just a few. The internet is like a sea, but lies rise to the surface the quickest. I think he fucking Googled this shit when he was like, I swear to God, he Googled fucking quotes. And then this one that Teresa was talking about. If you make the water muddy with allegations, it's hard to see the truth because the water is all brown. I swear to God, he looked up water quotes. Not going to lie. See, the meaning is much more about the water than the mud. Fucking deep thinker right there. Okay, now let's go to this one because that one was about the blanket. Okay. Daniel says, right, because he's not blaming Malaya at all. Okay, remember that. She will go as long as she can, but will crack after her mental health is put to the test. With exams. I'm saying too much. I believe they are alive and Malaya knows who drove them off the property. Wait a second. I know that myself knew nothing. I know that Malaya did nothing. Blah, 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 blah. Like, fuck off, Daniel. You fucking liar. Daniel says, no violence ever. In fact, Malaya used to hit me. Okay. Right. So you didn't hold her down on the ground with her phone. I can see you doing that. Absolutely. When someone wants to leave your ass and you're like, no, don't leave me. I'm going to take your phone away. Fuck off with that lie too. She was going to break that day. That's why she made the mistake with Meadow. She doesn't have the mental foresight to understand the complex nature of what she was about to do. 2 kids missing at the same time. 1 in a million. But don't forget, Malaya had nothing to do with this. Daniel knows that 100%. Her Barbie top is here at my place, even though, okay, that one is just to show that he said that. I have everything the kids own and all Malaya's belongings too. This is like about 3 months after the fact. So don't give me that shit about Malaya having freaking left her clothes at Patty's house and had all these big plans going on. I mean, if it comes to fruition that basically your bullshit stuff that you're putting out there becomes true, like I said, I'll personally fly to Nova Scotia and come kiss your ass, okay? I'm sure you would enjoy that. Maybe your new girlfriend wouldn't, but I would. Okay. Nothing took except 2 of the shirts, my shirts she stole. Well, Malaya says, no, I didn't take anything. I took Meadow stuff and a little bit of my stuff. Okay. So maybe that's why Daniel thinks that Malaya's stuff wasn't there. Maybe that's why he's saying it, because when Malaya left, she took Meadow stuff and some of her stuff. She said mostly Meadow stuff, right? This one. Malaya says, well, Belinda says, do you believe in your heart that Daniel could have hurt them? Malaya said, I don't know, but he's acting suspicious and is too worried about what people think about him and not focus on my kids at all. Well, that'd be true. So I was always wondering about that statement, but that is true. So I believe that Malaya obviously does watch social media, and she was claiming she wasn't. We all know that that's bullshit. Okay, right there. And that's probably is because he was too busy fucking going to all the different channels trying to propagate his shit. And right, well, we keep saying you're not really focusing on Jack and Lily there, are you? Because you're too busy trying to make everybody believe that what you're telling is the truth instead. Everything he's doing is odd, and the police advised him to stay away from the media, to stop contacting me. And he also tried, and that's when it goes about the Temu thing. And this is one of my favorites. I'm not being negative towards Malaya. I love her, but I never lie, because that's just not me. I say the truth even if it hurts. I'm sorry to say that, but I live in reality, and reality is what it is. Now, Malaya asked me when noticed the kids were gone, should I call the cops? Now, he did say that in an interview. And he says his reply back to Charmaine was, the fucking kids are gone. What else are you going to do? Again, just one of the multiple different versions of the whole phone thing. My mom was napping and came outside because she heard me yelling that morning for the kids. Malaya was playing on her phone. Well, I thought she was holding Meadow. Janie didn't say anything about Malaya playing on her phone. She just said that she was holding Meadow. Malaya was playing on her phone. Mom come out and she said Malaya had a look of worry in her eyes that Mom was home. You know, the day that the children go missing is the day that Janie decides not to go shopping that day with her brother. I mean, coinkydink, who knows? No tears. She wasn't scared. The kids were gone. Just a look of worry. She got caught for something wrong. She never yelled once the kids' names trying to find them either. Mom said it was odd. She acted odd. I ran through the streams up to my waist many times. I could have slipped on a wet rock, hit my head, and died, or fall on a stick or branch and get impaled and die. I did it for the kids, and the world will never see that. Aww. I think that's the last one. Yeah, that's the last one. And then this was just the blanket and the thing or whatever. All right. Now, where are we here? Well, let's put back up Lily and Jack as we come to a close. Let's see here. What are people saying? Wow. Liv's talking about a different case or something. Travis, are you referring to the children's aid file open for the kids? I don't even know what you guys are talking about now. Thanks, Paige. He is. Now, Travis, are you willing to say if you are on the side of believing Daniel or if you have your doubts? Are you willing to say that? Just curious what your thoughts are. Just because you spend time between this, here and over there and that. Just curious by your gut, Do you feel like he's being truthful and he's just really bad at remembering shit? Could be the drugs. Could be the drugs. It's just, again, it is kind of hard a little bit because you have to follow this case from the beginning to understand Daniel's actions and lack thereof. And it's always about justifying himself, trying to make us see him in a better light. Wow, sadly, it's his... Oh. Cop car going by. Right, I'm just curious if you're willing to answer that. Fair enough, Travis. You don't need to answer on there. But anyways, you guys, well, this live turned into longer than I expected, but not really. I'm still probably underneath Charmaine's. Just kidding. Okay, so Jack and Lily obviously need answers. That's the bottom line of it. Yeah. I'm just trying to think in my head. Woods, random abduction, hidden, dead by family involvement, trafficking. Is there anything else that we're missing, that we're not thinking about? I was going to say, Charmaine, it was a very lawyerly answer, wasn't it? It sure was. Everybody has a gut feeling. Everybody kind of, when they're listening to someone, they kind of know. Well, Daniel definitely strikes me as a person with a definite narcissistic personality. Spins something, wants us to believe, that Malaya. But what answer could there possibly be that Malaya would literally plan this whole huge thing to plant it so that Daniel looked like he was guilty while Malaya wanted to hide her children? In what world does that seem logical at all? Like, we don't have an explanation for why Daniel feels like this stuff is being planted against him. On there. Thanks, Cam. Don't know if DRM did anything. I know that they could have prevented this, though. Absolutely. Probably a really good way to say that. And Jenny has lied in some way to protect G. I don't like the lot of them. I don't like the lot of them either, to be honest with you. Janie, she's angry. She's an angry bird. Daniel, he's full of shit about when he last did drugs, I believe. But again, just think about it. Narcissistic, liar, stuff like that. Travis, are you trying to promote an astrologer and when her name happened to be Lauren? Is that why you keep saying that? Like, honestly, I'm not even sure why you're saying that. Is it a funny? Or is it like, are you being sincere? Astrology by Jen. I don't know who that is. You know, if people actually believed in Daniel, the consensus is that the children are dead. Okay, that's the consensus, and that there's family involvement on this. Again, what Daniel, if Daniel's saying that he's being truthful, Janie is a nanny, dearest, scary. Yeah, whatever. She's like a Hagatha, whatever, right? Um, you know, she's just a very angry type of person. She probably doesn't think she is, but I mean, and you know the thing is that I mean she had all these months to tone down that anger, so it must be just a natural, just a natural tone for Janie. To be honest with you, you know. And I'm telling you that Jack and Lily mean everything to me. And if you don't want to listen to me. Okay, whatever, Janie. I think the astrology in this case is interesting and intriguing. Well, it makes me beg to ask, Travis, did you watch an astrology video on Jack and Lily's case by someone named Jen? Perhaps. Yeah. Every time I see your name, I think it says Bangkok, by the way. So what I was saying is that Daniel, he needs to, like I said, you know what? There needs to be an explanation. What Daniel needs to do if this is the whole storyline that they want to promote for Jack and Lily is that they're being hidden. Then you tell us exactly the timeline of when it happened, how it happened, in a sense. You know how a vehicle managed to take Jack and Lily, right? So, like I said, perhaps admit, because you said you were like you can't say all these things that you weren't in a deep sleep, and then go, well, I wouldn't have heard Jack and Lily playing on the swing set, but my mom sure did. Doesn't make sense. And then tell us exactly why Malaya would do this. I felt like I did as well, to be honest, Amy. You almost thought it was one of her clips, didn't you? Yes, 1900 Trav's tea leaves, 100% solve rate would make more sense. I saw an astrologist come on DT's live, said something about she did a reading. Yeah, you're talking about Lauren. Astrology by Lauren. She's been on our channel on this. So, yeah. And I did email her the other day to ask her about her take on there. Apparently she couldn't find time to email me back, but she could find time to try to call into DT show. That's how I read that in my tea leaves, to be honest with you. Don't know if she's butthurt because I never have asked her to come back on again and stuff like that. But yeah. So I don't know. I just know that I emailed her a couple of days ago, but she managed to make a call into DT show. So, maybe she's over there with her tea leaves and astrology and shit like that. I don't know. Don't care. Am I being a little bit cynical on there? So if I was being a truthologist, I would probably say that she's definitely very a bubbly personality. I think she did good on Charmaine's reading, for what I know of Charmaine. I don't think she did good on mine though at all. And she did readings on Daniel and Malaya. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd prefer real world facts to be. I mean, hey, if there's a really good psychic that can solve this case, that's amazing. That'd be great. But, you know, those things are to me like, I mean, I got a freaking look at this, man. I got a freaking tarot deck right here. I can do it myself. I'll freaking throw some numbers out in my head, stuff like that. Look at this. Okay. That's all the way. It looks like a deck of cards, but that's all the way from Temu, guys. I feel like I could solve this myself with my own personal pack, to be honest with you. Nice little case and everything, too. But I'll let the facts determine the case. I do listen to some psychics, don't get me wrong. But like there's the one that I really like, person like. There's a couple, actually. And I like to listen to sometimes like stuff like that just for more about thinking about different ideas, right? And stuff like that. Sorry, Shannon. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, I believe that they believe that they're really good at stuff. And the only thing that I think about that stuff really is, well, after the case is solved, then I'll go back to what you said and then see how accurate it actually truly was and stuff like that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe she's just pissed I didn't invite her back on the show and she called DT instead of emailing me back. Is that what it was, Lauren? Asking for a friend. So I think you should ask DT, Daniel, the Drunk Turkey Show. I think you should ask Daniel to have her on his channel and solve the case. Yeah, no, I'm Mona. I'm not a card reader. I only got them just because I always wanted to learn tarot cards. I don't actually do tarot cards. I do like I always push it aside because ever since I was like, I don't know, in my later teens, I remember going into a store and buying a pack of tarot cards and swore I was going to learn about tarot cards, right? Which reminds me, I do have a palm one coming from Temu. So I was read twice. Now, I've never been read by an astrology chart, like what Lauren did. Even though I don't she didn't like Charmaine's, she was more, giving information, but mine, I don't know. It didn't even feel like I was being read or anything, really. It just seemed like a whole lot of nothingness. But Charmaine's, I felt like, knowing Charmaine, I felt like, okay, that was definitely, with mine, I just felt like it was like, did you literally even say any of my traits or anything like that? Like it was Charmaine? I don't know. It just seemed to me. We paid for it though. I mean, she gave us a discount. Oh, doggy outside. What was I gonna say? I got distracted by the doggy. Something about cards, astrology. Yeah. I don't even know what I was gonna say at that point. Sunny, you are hard to read, though. I can often personality type people, but I struggle with you. You are an enigma. Okay, tell me what you mean by that. I want to know what somebody means by that, because this always, can I just ask? Okay, now we're just talking about something different. Jack and Lily. Now we're just going to talk about something different for a minute. I don't get that. I'm an open book. So When you say you are hard to read, though, what do you mean by that? Can you answer me that, Drippy? I can often personality type people, but I struggle with you. So like that, I don't understand. I am an open book. I am who I am, right? If you get in my face, I'll be back in your face in an instant, and I'll be the most softest, loving, caring person ever, right? To the softing, loving, caring people that are out there. Hello, supporter Steffa. So I'm just curious because a lot of times men, and I'll just wait for your answer. A lot of times men said, "You're mysterious, Sonny," and I'm like, "The fuck do you mean I'm mysterious?" Like nothing mysterious about me. I'm kind of like a hyper person in a lot of ways. Like at work, you'll know me to be the one bouncing around and being like, "Hey, just coming in," and I'll be like, "Yeah, see you later. Bye. Peace out." Right. So I have a very outgoing, bubbly personality at work. And I know someone might classify it as a little bit of ADHD in comparison to themselves, but I don't know what that means exactly. Like there's nothing hard to read about me. I speak from my heart. I like to laugh and joke around and have fun. I care a lot about people. I don't care about the fucktards in this world. I used to until I didn't, and that's why people, like I said, I just learned a long time ago that only care about the people that lift you up instead of try to tear you down. Janie would be proud, Sonny, that you get your stuff. I know Janie would be proud of that. I told Janie, if she just tells the truth or whatever, I'll buy her a couple items from Temu. You are a chameleon. There are various traits that are often more prominent than others, but your traits can be interpreted either way. Huh. I don't feel like I'm a chameleon. Like, that's what I don't get. I'm a free spirit. I'm like if I was to go by my I don't sit there and Bible thump and shit like that. But do I believe that that there's something more beautiful beyond this life? And is it a God, what we call a God? I know that there's life after death. So, but I live kind of like by the Buddhism type of style. And I just use that because that's the closest thing that represents me as a person, in living my life and stuff like that. But for me personally, as looking at myself, people love being around me, to be honest. And maybe not on here so much, but they love being around me. They like my bubbliness. They like my funness. It brings out the funner side of them. I wear my heart on my sleeve. I don't take bullshit, and I would never try to hurt somebody ever on purpose. If I've done so, it's never because there's the intent of it being there. But I'm one of those ones that I'm so strong after being abused that you can't bully me around. You can't try to break me down. Yes, I have sad days and stuff like everyone, but honestly, I kind of live in the moment. I'm a free spirit, absolutely, type of thing. I love you go on a rant of truth to call poop out and don't tone it down. You speak to our outrage or at the case. Thanks, Sky Painter. Yeah, like I said, it was after the abusive relationship that I was just tired of people's shit. Either you want to hear the truth, and I'm just a tell it like it is person. Like I said, in my everyday working and stuff like that, I'm just, it's always like, "Hey, how are you?" Or like, "Hey, beautiful," type of thing to my boss and stuff like that, or like, "How was your vacation?" Type of idea. And I'll pop my head in sideways, and then I might grab it back and be like, "Whoa, see ya." Okay, thanks for the bonding time. Gotta go. Bye. So I don't feel like I'm a chameleon. I just feel like it's like, here's me, right? And this is a stronger version on the internet because right now I'll go lie down. I'll tell my husband how much I love him, type of thing. Let him do his stuff. He lets me do my stuff. There's no kind of control shit going on and stuff like that. And it's just a very balanced relationship. And that's why it's like, if somebody else has an opinion different than mine, that's fine. Absolutely. But if I read the comment as a jerk his ass way, I will just tell you to leave or I'll boot you out of here. If I deem any sort of ignorance in a comment that's kind of like directed to me or directed to, somebody else that's trying to propagate in the chat, being a little dick face or something like that. Sonny, I think you tell a lot, but keep what you need to yourself. That's true, Tammy. I absolutely do. You have lots of life experience, a huge heart, but don't expose the whole. Are you reading a tarot card? You are funny, serious, and have boundaries. Oh, I mean, obviously that's, yeah, absolutely. I just always, for me, again, this is what bugs me about Daniel, is the minute I feel someone is trying to be deceptive to me is the minute that I go, oh no, you little fucker. I can see right through your shit. So don't be freaking playing games with me, because also my ex-husband tried to do that shit with me, right? And he would sit there and try to play these games and stuff like that. And he would start calling me names, start saying just whatever. And I would literally just laugh at him and said, so you really think that calling me names and all that's going to work? I'm a Cancer. I see right through you, little bitch. Right. And so that's kind of me. I'll just call you out on your shit because I just hate it. I just want people, like, in my world, I just want people to be honest, to love themselves enough that it doesn't matter what others think of you. It's you loving yourself enough that you don't care what other people think about you, because you know that you're a good person. You know that you spend your life really caring about individuals. So I know that people can't take that away from me on the internet or in my real life, right? Because it's something that is what I know is the most beautiful part of who Sunny is the person that has such a deep, caring heart for people. But over time, the ones that were full of shit, or the ones that you could lead a horse to water, but you can never make them drink, and you just get tired of their bullshit, or the people that were always wanting to borrow money and stuff. It's like it was like, shoot, get out of my life. Shoot, get out of my life. So I learned at about, I would say, I don't know, well, 24 somewhere is where I learned to kind of like look people in the eye and just be like, you know what, you're no better than me type of idea. And, so don't talk down to me. Don't talk to me like you're up here and I'm down here type of thing. But I think it was probably in my 30s when I was just like, I'm going to get rid of all these negative asses in my life, right? So people that are on the internet and try to say ignorant comments to me and stuff like that, again, you're going against a freaking shield of steel, aluminum, whatever you want to call it, because I've been hurt already by abuse and by words, that these words on the internet have no impact, because I built up such a resilience to the attacks in the relationships and from people that, that's why the impact just isn't there, right? Sticks and stones, I'm bubblegum, you're glue, it bounces off me, sticks to you, blah, 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 blah. Because I'll still, like I said, get off the internet. I won't even remember about those comments. And I'll just go back to my regular world in life, knowing that those people were insignificant to me and didn't matter and stuff like that. I only put my heart where it's genuine, and I won't do anything for any other reason. And that's why I love Charmaine, is that she's built of the same cloth that way. And through anyone that's, and Charmaine was in abusive relationships and shit like that too. But I just like honesty. We all lie, little titty lies, but we're talking about 2 missing children. And if you can't be truthful and you can't seem like you're being honest, then I don't want to play your fucking game. And I'm going to call you out on your bullshit, because that's exactly what it is. Had Daniel been truthful from the start, then honestly, we would be totally on his side. Yeah. But thing is that he can't keep a story consistent, and he's trying to make us believe that the children are hidden. Why? What motive? What answer So he needs to answer these, So if he came off that way, but he didn't, he came off like a big lying douchebag. Once you started watching what Daniel was, you know what? I think the cream of the crop for Daniel and me is that multiple times we told Daniel to come up to clear it up, or at least to clear up. He didn't have to come up on a live, but at least just clear up these inconsistencies. He only answered certain questions, and he was like a little mole going around, gopher, whatever mole, going around from channel to channel, just answering certain questions, not answering. He never would ever commit just to, a one-on-one messenger to just say, hey, can you clear this up? Instead, as you watch Daniel, it's like he's the smartest person out there. I think he feels like what Daniel was doing was so obvious that he was really trying to sell us his agenda on Lily and Jack, and this whole, he cared so much more about how he looked than he does about Lily and Jack. And watching him come in and out of chats, never answering, right? Now, Janie starts beaking off with her fucking beak and, about, well, why would we come on the live and talk bad about me? Whatever, right? I didn't do my best version there, but I'm just saying, right? And it's kind of like, nah, your little dick shit son, he's been asked multiple times, Janie, to literally clear up his inconsistency. But okay, you want to be the big mouth mama that wants to protect the apple that falls right beside the tree. You named Daniel, and you want to sit there and justify your son's bullshit. Okay, Janie, thank you so much. So I'm sorry, but when I see someone playing games, and I was just done with Daniel at that point. Now, and if I was being truthful, when Daniel did that big ass, long ass post, right? Again, it was a two-way street. Dude, I started talking to Daniel about fish. Why? Because his pictures have fish in it. And so I basically was talking to him about his fish pictures, right? All you have to do is stroke somebody's freaking ego to talk to them. And basically they're hook, line, and sinker. No pun intended. Absolutely. So I knew that if I reached, because after Daniel wasn't speaking to me, I was just like, nice fish, because my ex-husband was a fisherman, had pretty much the same picture pose with a fish, right? That got him talking, right? Now I'm saying this now because I don't give two flying shits about Daniel. He can freaking message me a freaking entire Bible and stuff like that, and I don't really care anymore. I just want the truth for Jack and Lily. But anyways, then he's like sunny, and he goes on his long spiely post and stuff like that. And I'm just like, sweet. Go ahead, Daniel. Keep your lies and consistent and inconsistent and stuff like that. Because no matter what you're doing to me, like in general, you're playing a game. You're trying to use the internet to perpetuate that people need to believe that you're telling the truth, and you are not focused on Jack and Lily. And when you look at all of Daniel's messages, it's always how Malaya is shit and he's the most amazing whatever. Okay, says the person who obviously doesn't believe that he held Malaya down or pushed her up against a wall or does drugs or just always tells the truth, right? Have a cup of go fuck yourself, right? Good night, Carol. So for me, yeah, maybe I'm like a lot more direct on this in a sense, because I just don't like being someone taking me for a fool, because you're not going to take me for a fool, and sit there and try to tell me shit and then sit there and act like I believe you and stuff like that, knowing full well that you're not being truthful. If people were being truthful in this case, Jack and Lily would have tons of people. You would think if people are being honest, they would have, be asking for the support instead of just talking about them damn selves. Janie, you too. Your dog, Your dog's probably tired of listening to your ass, to be honest with you. That seems to be your emotional support freaking thing, is that. But honestly, it just gets so irritating listening when a case is going on and Janie's boo-hooing about herself and all that stuff. Daniel's boo-hooing about why people don't understand that he almost died 2 times and all this stuff. Don't want to hear it. What I want to hear is the truth about Jack and Lily, not your freaking boo-hooing yourself about how people are talking about you, right? The 2 children are what matter most here. So it pisses me off when I watch people playing games. I think I made myself clear on that, correct? Okay. So anyway. That was so back to the I'm a chameleon. No, just kidding. I'm for Jason. You still call Daniel. Janie. Always her little boy. Daniel boy, you know. But anyway, so I just see people can't sell me bullshit, you know. Again, if Daniel is telling the truth and if Daniel's telling the truth, like let's take out the fact of him talking about Malaya and her family hiding the kids. You know, if Daniel is telling the truth, he is really, really bad at keeping a straight story. Now, is that to do with drugs? Is that to do with any sort of freaking other shit going on up there? You know? Is it because he's full of himself? You know? And Daniel just literally, like he's trying to say in the chat, that maybe it doesn't come out the way he means to, in a sense, right? Could that be true? I mean, it could be true. It could. But again, once you talk to me and I deem that you're playing a fucking game when 2 children are missing and you're one of the people responsible for why the children are missing, and you want to act like you're this smart ass, that you're this smart person in the true crime community, you know, when you're just a little cub coming into a bunch of cougars, you know, in the true crime community, you want to think that you can play your games of how you're going to do interviews and what you're going to say and all this stuff, whatever, right? Like I said, since those documents came out and since DT gave him a home and a space over there, he had that space. He had that space a long time ago, but he wanted to play his games, right? So go ahead, play your games. If you had something to do with it, karma will come fucking bite you in the ass, you know, tenfold. And if you had nothing to do with it, you still look like a big douchebag the way you've acted. So I don't feel sorry for you at all. I actually just don't care, because I care about Jack and Lily and the fact that you guys let Jack and Lily down. If you had nothing to do with it, if you had something to do with it, well, like I said, then you'll pay the price now, won't you? So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Right. He doesn't have consistency. You know, again, right? You, in order to have respect and stuff like that, right? You have to be deemed as truthful and honest and, you know, and sincere. And if you don't come across that way, you will get eaten alive on the internet by people that aren't believing in you. You guys know the full force that the internet has when it comes to lies and what people believe as deception. Now, granted, there's a lot of innocent people that absolutely get attacked and whatever. It comes with the territory in true crime. There's nothing that's going to change that, right? So unless someone, you know, has the ability to mute all our mouths and stuff like that, that's not going to happen. I'm pissed because Jack and Lily, it's been 5 months. And if this is what we call of somebody that was taking care of Jack and Lily, and this is what he calls being a voice for Jack and Lily, then walk the walk of shame, because this is not being a voice for Jack and Lily. It's you being a voice for your ego, for yourself, and it's not about Jack and Lily. And it's weird, okay? It's weird that a stepdad has invested this much into 2 children that he's only known for a few years. I get it. for certain things, but it's weird that he's pushing and propagating this so much. Now, maybe is he doing it because he truly believes that Malaya did something? Come on, Daniel. Like I said, give us a timeline of when the family members took her. Give us a timeline of when that blanket was planted by Haley and her family against you, and give us and tell us exactly, of course, where these children are that 100% that they're alive, but that you don't want to go to the RCMP, Darren, and talk about it. So have a big cup of bullshit right there. Okay. So talk about timelines. Go ahead. Make it believable. Have receipts about the truth of that. So other than that, with that whole hidden thing, to me, it's not a reality at all. It's not weird. Oh, 1 second, guys. 1 sec. Somebody messaged me. I want to see if it's my husband. Fuck, pulled another Charmaine again, didn't I? I'm here. I'm at. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. I clicked the button, but obviously it didn't click. So my question to you guys was, well, let's start with this. Let's start with this question. What pisses you off about Daniel the most? Yeah, not muted anymore. Welcome back, Sharon. What pisses you off about Daniel the most in this whole case? So I want to ask you that. What pisses you off the most with Daniel Martell and Jack and Lily's case? Because all his mother did was complain about the kids in Malaya, right? Remember, she's gonna keep her mouth shut how she feels about Malaya. Well, probably you should more keep your mouth shut about your son. Drippy says, "How D? Take that as you want, Dickwood. Daniel, but no, it's for about Daniel. Who says that? Tay Ray. Why do you say that Daniel's not abusive? How do you know? Asking for a friend. Or I'm just simply asking for myself. So you think Malaya's wrong? You think Malaya's a liar on that? Just a sec. I'm still here. The inconsistencies, but Malaya claims he's been truthful with RCMP. Well, Malaya claimed that he was being truthful with RCMP to their story. I think that they both have their things. Tay, I'm not sure how old you are, but I'm 56. So I've been in abusive relationships and stuff like that. And if there's one thing I can tell you, and you probably know this yourself, what happens behind closed doors, um, a lot of people have no clue about. So you can say that you know him, and I'm just saying this as like I would say to anyone, is that I know for a fact that I never spoke out about my uh the first ex-husband, right? From when I was 15 to 26. I never told anyone that I was being abused. No one knew about say what Malaya said about Daniel holding Malaya down when she tried to call her mother, or that she was pushed into a wall. Now, in saying that, can I see that? Yeah, absolutely. Right? Um, did she say anything about Daniel smacking her around and stuff like that? Mm-mm. I think they're two toxic people together between the two of them. I think Daniel is a narcissist. I think Malaya is a manipulator as well. But depends how you define abusive, I suppose. To me, anytime you put your hands on somebody that doesn't want to be touched and something like that, aggressively. So if would I call someone sitting on top of me trying to take my phone abusive? Well, yeah, I guess it would be in a relationship, but I never said anything, and nobody knew about Malaya, those things, until she left, right? So, in saying that, I think that the two of them, who knows? Okay, actually, you know what? Better for you there, Tay. So, do you believe, Tay Ray, that the children are hidden or that they're dead? Can I ask you? Regardless of whatever. But I mean, Daniel's the one that's propagating and daring the hidden stuff. Nobody else is. They are. Right? Again, at the end of the day, were these parents probably neglectful? Absolutely. Jack and Lily are missing, aren't they? They don't seem like they don't seem to me like they're the best parents in the world for sure. There's some pretty ass lazy parents, and I'm going to say that they come across as lazy parents. And perhaps Malaya was going through depression. Who knows? Through it all. And maybe she wasn't putting the time in of day for Jack and Lily. And maybe Daniel did have to do a lot of shit for Jack and Lily. I believe they are past. Daniel believes they are hidden. Right. Thank you for answering that, by the way. Because being hidden doesn't make sense. And again, Daniel's own actions on the internet have created this debacle of what's true and what's not. Hopefully the truth will come out for sure. But I believe that they're past too. Absolutely. Do not believe that they are alive. The hidden thing is just not even like you might, 5%, if that, right? It doesn't make sense. They haven't explained anything about when it happened exactly, besides their 20-minute window, but you know what I mean? Not detailed about the exacts about this. Now, it just doesn't work. Why would Malaya need to do that? I do feel like if I was just going by my gut instinct, I think Malaya is, I think she makes really bad choices. And 3 children is a lot to handle. Absolutely. Women have very different emotions than men do, for sure. I think that Malaya was living in, and I'll just call it what it is, this shithole of a place that was dirty on the inside and out. That was a total death trap for children. It's up to us to do these things for our children, keep them safe, protect them, from harm or getting at things and stuff like that. I believe that Malaya was lazy. I believe that Malaya uses Aunt Patty like a cash cow, and that she doesn't know how to do things for herself. So she puts herself in relationships where she can be taken care of, you know, and then she keeps picking the same type of people, you know. That's just my feelings on the relationship. I think it was toxic between the two of them. I think Daniel's a control person, manipulative. I think Malaya just did not want to be there. I don't know if Malaya did drugs or not or whatever, but you know, I don't believe, like, I can't see why Malaya would say Daniel was doing meth that night if he wasn't. I can't, unless Daniel wants to put that into his plot twist of why Malaya, you know, planned this all along and stuff like that. So things like that don't make sense to me. You know, where the truth lies for Jack and Lily, who knows? Who knows? You know, it might be within the family, which I still believe it is. I believe that they have knowledge. I don't think it's a random abduction. You know, it doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to the geographic of the place, you know. And again, when you actually literally have the own family members not believe in it either. I don't believe that Jack and Lily would have went into those woods. They would have went down a dang road. Okay. They're not gonna get so far deep in the woods, considering Jack's only 4 and Lily's 6. And if this is the time when right, the whole 20-minute time window doesn't really exist. They're trying to make it exist, but it doesn't. The time window started at 8 to 8:30 when Lily come bobbling along in the room, if that happened, if that even happened, right? But I don't see, I could see maybe the children trying to hide somewhere, you know, whether it was just playing around and maybe they got trapped in something and they weren't found. I could see that's a possibility, that they were playing a little game together, but I can't really see that after all the time has gone by and, you know, and the searches and all that stuff. And the hidden thing, it doesn't make sense at all. You know, Malaya has no need to have her family members plant something to blame it on Daniel so that she can hide her kids somewhere else. No, 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 no. On there. Right. The likelihood of Jack and Lily being alive is so astronomically low. You know, 3 people on the property. I heard there was 4. Oh, sorry. What are you guys talking about? You heard there was 4 what? What if the kids... Hold on. Just got to turn off camera for a sec. Yeah, about 4 what? I'm just sorry. Sometimes I get too busy freaking talking that I don't keep up with chat on what you guys are saying. Why? I think there was an accident. Yeah, okay. I think it was an accident as well. Oh, the Sydney River, that's crazy. Yeah. You know. Okay. Tay, I'm going to ask you this question again, Terry. Do you think that Daniel and Malaya are lying? Do you feel that, however you want to word it, that there is involvement in Daniel and Malaya know the truth? That's how I see this. I don't think they know. I think they are being lied to. The thing about that is, who would come onto the property and take Lily and Jack 2 kids, not 1, but 2. And do something to Lily and Jack that would cause them to pass. I could see if there was some sort of psychotic neighbor that frickin', you know, that was some sort of fucking murder around there that could do something like that to kids if they're, you know, close to the street and then lure them away. Right. So lied to by whom? So, because I don't have any stake in the game, right? So I don't need to protect Daniel or Malaya or anybody else, right? So that's why for me, just like Logan, when Logan was talking about our cousin, of course, Daniel, obviously there's stuff that I could tell where she was lying and knew the answer, but she played it off like she didn't know. But I already knew the answers anyway, and so it was kind of like what are you gonna do, right? So so you think his family, like Janie, like Janie had somebody come get rid of those little annoying creatures? I mean, it's not any worse than some of the ideas out there, right? It's not like I haven't thought of that as well. If Daniel was consistent with his story and veered off very little, you know, then there could have been some weight behind that. But at the moment, I just deem him as a liar. People are all really good at hiding their secrets. Just look at the long term. Well, yeah. You know? I don't know that. Did she say, did Ray Tay say that she was family or just knows him? Well, I mean, that did cross my mind too, Shannon. I was like, is this the new girlfriend of Daniel's that's coming into chat here? I know it's all speculation. Yeah. You know, again, hopefully the truth will be told. I think that the investigators have a hard time with digital stuff because of the lack of Wi-Fi and stuff like that in the area, and it's because it's so rural, right? I think that their problem lies there. So screw the hidden thing, no. But I do think that their problem lies with the placement of the home versus camera footage versus lack thereof footage and Wi-Fi and different things, you know? Yeah, I didn't think you said you were family. All I know is we don't know what happened to Jack and Lily. Malaya's actions are strange. Daniel's actions are strange. Well, Janie, she's just full of happiness right there. She is. But and Dickwood, well, I mean, that's just an angry bird. I think, you know what? I think Janie and Dickwood should have a relationship. You know, honestly, might be very toxic, but you know they can talk with their sailor mouths a lot and stuff like that. You know, they might find love in odd places. I figure if others are in a relationship, Janie, go ahead, talk to Darren. I think he's a single Pringle. Mm-hmm. I will say I did complain about Gabriel Wortman's dentures office. I used to catch a bus below Trippy. Gabriel Wortman's denture office? What the hell? What the heck is that? I didn't think you would come. Oh, you're talking about a different case. Okay. Well, you know what? It's been a pleasure talking with you guys on this one. It's been 5 hours. That's about Sunny Lives used to be, but today we had another one. I had nothing better to do today. Well, no, that's not true. I had stuff to do today. I just chose not to. Tammy Splorcore, I understand now. I think he might be an older version of Dan. Okay, I love what you have to say. Very helpful. Again, there's people that don't like Daniel. There's people that like Daniel. There's people that probably don't like Malaya, and there's people that, do like Malaya and stuff like that. All I know is that the fuckery that's going on in this case, lack of, again, one of the top things that really bugs me is why all these family members that claim that they want to find Lily and Jack, wouldn't you guys be out there fighting to help your family members? You would just do it naturally, you would think, but it's just very eye-opening how many family members are not coming to the forefront to fight for Jack and Lily. And, Daniel wants to think that he is. We know Belinda is, and Chelsea's being a voice. I know that behind the scenes other people are as well. But I'm just amazed by the lack of wanting to talk to media, to ask people just to, keep Jack and Lily's names out there. If you see something, just things like that. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, we don't know who Tay Ray is and type of idea. But, maybe she's Daniel's new relationship. Maybe she isn't. Who knows? And it doesn't matter. Again, it doesn't really. People that believe in Daniel will believe in Daniel, and people that don't. Right? I think we're all adult enough to think for ourselves. All right, you guys, again, Jack and Lily, and just always a reminder that you guys know this, that beyond the talking or speculation and this shit about the people that were in Jack and Lily's lives and stuff like that, the victims are always the main focus of anything. And obviously, in order to talk about the case and Jack and Lily, you have to talk about the people that are obviously living on that property, involvement, right? There's nothing to show anything, but we don't know. So, right. And again, to me, if the truth is being told, ask people, like, get the public on your side, right? Not distancing yourself. But if you're really going to be an advocate for Jack and Lily, the focus should really not be about always defending yourself, considering it was Daniel's inconsistencies that kind of brought us here to this point. But the focus really should have been not trying to justify us to believe in you. It should have been the focus of how can we help? What you asking us for help? If you're such a big advocate, Daniel, for Jack and Lily, right? Stop talking about your damn self. Talk more about Jack and Lily, and what you're doing, right? Not to sit there and keep talking about stuff and then never clearing it up and then clearing it up or adding shit to it. So you make yourself look bad by your own accord, right? And people, they just want truth. They don't want BS. They don't want somebody that just talks about themselves and bashes Malaya all day long. I'm sure in their relationship that you both had your good things and your bad things, but Jack and Lily, they deserve the answers. Absolutely. So prayers to Jack and Lily, you guys. You guys have a wonderful night. And, just all we can do is just keep praying that this case does not go cold, that Jack and Lily get the answers they deserve, right? Again, when we're talking about children, you'll piss me off every single time when you're being deceptive to children in missing kids cases and stuff like that, because again, it's about Jack and Lily. So nothing else should truly matter when it comes to being truthful and honest about Jack and Lily and stuff like that. So it just, when you talk about kids, they're so precious. They are gifts. And when we look at this screen with a picture of Jack and Lily on it, and all that I see when I see these faces is two innocent children that matter and that they deserve answers. Malaya, Daniel, don't care. These two children up here, that's what bugs me, because I have to look at these pictures of children that are missing that deserve the answers, because they are the most precious gifts ever. And anyone that's a parent knows how precious children are. And if we put ourselves in this shoes, how would you deal with it? How would you act if these were your two children? What would you be doing? I know what I'd be doing, and that's fighting for answers for Jack and Lily. And I would expect that my family, right, or at least my immediate family, would be doing everything they can to help do the same, bring awareness, do searches, stuff like that. Well, when they could. So we'll just play out the little clip again. It just saddens me. Again, these children are people. Even if we're in different parts of the world, land, or whatever, they are children that deserve everything. But in this case, whoops. What did I just do? I think I clicked on the... Oh, I know what I was going to do. That's why. Video file. And every time I hear this, where is Jack and Lily? Like, whenever I hear this, it just makes me so sad. Just know that these children are probably no longer with us.
In the woods where shadows lay, Jack and Lily went to play. On a rainy May afternoon, now we whisper home soft tune.
Yes, Deborah.
Echoes of laughter fill the air, but where are they? We stand in prayer. Oh, Jack and Lily, where have you gone? We'll hold on tight through this endless dawn. In our hearts forever you'll stay. With every prayer we say,